My name is Amoo Samuel. Yes, I've met some of us on the road, and I know is I can know you that let me know start by asking for your names. But when you want to respond, just tell us your name so that I can keep that and go with it. I'm sure you know Prof, Professor Gombo, you're welcome, sir. And then Professor Olas, you're welcome, man. So I think I'm going to change that here today. Clap for me now. So yesterday, according to the timetable that I have here, we've been able to go through introduction to mentoring. Am I correct? Okay. So I will have in the next, we're starting by 9 with Professor Oyedeji. So in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm sure it's going to do what we should have. But I don't know. Usually, when you ask to do recap, that which I know is that somebody will tell us whatever your share remember from the previous day's lecture. So, mentoring. Talk to me as if you want me to know about mentoring as I've been taught. Can somebody help us? What is the takeaway from yesterday? Anybody? Takeaway from yesterday. I told you, don't worry, this is the way me and not to do my own. The Oscars will come later. Just teach me what you have told yesterday so that I have 2 or 3 things to take away to yesterday. I need to mentor too.
Good morning, member of faculty and my fellow cohort. Yesterday, we were introduced to what mentoring is about. And mentoring is not the same thing as supervisor. So as some of us, we have a kind of misconception that when you are supervising the student, you are doing mentoring, but actually there is a clear line of difference between the mentor and the supervisor.
Thank you, sir.
So the mentor will go deeper. And as a mentor, you should understand your student.
Thank you. Just only let somebody else take off from you. Who's taking the party from me? I think I learned that from you. Mentor learning as supervisor, supervising. So great.
Good day, the faculty and my co-trainees. From yesterday lecture on mentorship, at least I picked that issue of mentor and mentee relationship. There should be a relationship between the mentor and the mentee. And then the mentor, apart from imparting knowledge to the mentee, will be able to groom the mentee to the extent that the mentee can be able to stand on his own, will be independent later. So that kind of the mentor is more like replicating himself. Even though the mentor should aspire that the mentee should be higher than.
Thank you. The mentor relationship are we talking about? Not if somebody else can tell us. The relevant type of relationship, you agree with me? Okay. I'm sure they told us that what particular time, what direction should the relationship go? How should we operate? How should we relate?
Good morning.
You can say that.
Okay, we learned that the relationship should be mutual respect. The mentor and the mentee maintain a, even if it's not so structured like official, but there should be some level of respect between the two parties. Know how to respect boundaries, how not to encroach. You study each other to know how you can be of help to the person. And also we learned about feedback. The mentor and the mentee should be able to give feedback to themselves. Constructive.
Great. Any other addition? Okay, somebody there.
Morning, faculty members and cohorts. My name is Amoo. We also learned about some key principles or qualities of a mentor. And one of the things that we learned is communication. That communication is very key in the relationship. And that there should be sincerity and trust is very important. So, thank you.
Is it possible for you to have more than one mentor?
Yes.
Great. And it's possible to have more than one mentee too?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Thank you very much for the lecture yesterday. I also learned that if you cannot continue or you feel your mentor doesn't have the same vision as you, it's better you quit the relationship immediately.
Thank you. And same goes for the mentee too, and for the mentor too. If the mentor feels that the mentee cannot fulfill the objectives of that mentorship, then you also can quit. Okay. Morning. Thank you, sir.
There are different models when it comes to mentoring.
Okay.
We have the traditional model, we have the peer-to-peer model. We also have good model in addition to others, and also I've learned that there are competencies that's very key when it comes to mentoring.
Say the traditional model. So which one is the traditional model now? Anybody? Traditional model. What do you mean by traditional model? What happens in traditional model? You don't. Maybe I'm here for the first time. Don't be surprised. Said. I didn't get that.
Between one mentor and one mentee.
Okay. So the role model, the traditional model, what's wrong between the two? Teach me, I'm begging you. If the faculty that take you is there, don't put you in trouble, so teach me. Everybody want to help us. You want to help us? Okay, somebody is actually talking at the back there. Good.
I was trying to ask about positional leadership. We're just discussing, like, okay, somebody is the head of department or the supervisor, so it's like it's compulsory at that particular time for you to supervise, to kind of mentor the person.
Great.
So it's not like a
somebody aspiring to admire the person from afar. Great. Thank you. Okay. So is there a point in time that the mentee can be released and then you now take, okay, this person has actually gotten certain experience and you can be on your own. Did we discuss that? Okay. So what particular time? What do we see? What do we know that we can sort of find the mentee can stand on his own?
Okay. First of all, one other thing I learned yesterday is the need to be intentional. To be intentional during the mentoring process, make conscious effort to support. And then with regards to what you asked, they need to foster independence. Support the person, and be comfortable when you begin to connect with, make other networks, make others from other independent decisions and all that. Good. It is a sign of God.
Thank you. So I know that, I know that a good mentor will always have a way of, some way of input in the mentee's life, no matter what stage the mentee has gotten to. Because if a mentor actually mentor you into his own sphere, okay, let's say when they are introduced to some certain, get some connections, you build that connections. If you are going to really be a grateful mentee, you can't cut the person off that connection. Am I right? Because one way or the other, you are moving the scale of that person, and the person. And then, from what I learned again, it seems to be a lifetime something. In a way, in quote, if the relationship it remains mutual. You agree with me? Because there is no way in Yoruba language, he said that there is no way, in trying to translate to English, an okra will grow, that the farmer cannot pluck it. Yes, he must be able to harvest it. So, and that is one good thing about mentorship. Well, there is something that would also help us at high level experience. That we also have what we call institutional mentorship. That when the institution itself will place in your path some certain mentors. It's not forced on you, but it's like they just place in your path. So let me just put this in silence. Just place in your path so that you can actually grow with it. I will give an example. We have, I was talking with we talked about before we go for the past that my experience in Nama between 2004, 2016, then going 2000, let me just 2017 and 2018 to date shows that if you were so fortunate again to have a mentor push on your path from the institution, it could also be a source of activator, a catalyst to the mentee's growth. Because at that point in time, you should not have somebody that pick you up or you that pick the person up. You have one or two people that is in quotes mandated to solve for the mentee and the mentee to solve for the mentor. That was what I mean by that. You know, if the free will is not there is nothing that is motivating the mentor to seek for a mentee, or something that is motivating the mentee to seek for a mentor. You could be living together and not harvest the advantage each one and each other can bring out. What I mean is that, like in Naima, before now, you have directors, you have senior colleagues, you have everybody. Naima was doing research before now, but the research was not as pronounced as we can see today. We can see today because Naima seems to take the lead among research institutions in the country today. I'm a union leader, so I know that among research institutions in the country, they give Naima that respect because they tell me I'm not an Nigerian institution, I'm an American institution in Nigeria when we go for late meeting. So, and then we brought them to Naima to come and see the America in Nigeria so that they can also go and implement the America they are seeing. So in January, some of our colleagues from other institutions, whether Greek, whether Poland, we brought them to Naima to see, spend a week here, and then something like this were actually put to them, and we were able to. So I know that I'm saying that because Naima find a way to have a it has always been like that over the years, because remember HIV in Nigeria was discovered here in Naima. I hope you know that. And so Naima has only been taking that lead, especially because there's and then when the HIV program came to Nigeria, Naima became the hub. So we have the first reference center for HIV, and we still have a reference center for TB for the country. So it's like that, but our impact, as far as the science is concerned, was not that great. And I use myself as an example. Between after we just started in 2008, and 2008 I became a master. So and then, even if I do not have mandatory requirement to produce research as a project staff, when I became a master, it was mandated on me to see for me to move forward. We call it that time either you publish or you perish. You have changed the language here now. Because the publication is not really what makes you a researcher. So you need to get grants. You don't want to really perish. Yeah, exactly. Because when the time comes at every level, so that's what I'm saying, that when someone puts a mentor in your path, I'm just trying to see, they're not telling you to seek for a mentor, but it is what Naima, in a way, try to push to us, and then we don't know. We have policymakers among us, and I don't know. I'm just saying that when you see this happen, there are some tough decisions underneath it that has helped us to be able to climb the ladder that you are seeing. So then it's no more whether you publish or you not publish. It's when you publish, what did you publish and how did you publish it? Because if you are not getting the grant and you are getting the publication, how are you sure the data that published is from is credible? You understand what because researcher, you need data, and now you get it. And then if it is published or published, I could have Dr. Adekunle and so I could have him as my friend, and then he's in last. I know that because I'm in fun. And I needed not to perish in them. I will tell you whatever they are doing there, put my name. You know it happens. So you want me to have publication. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my contribution. But what contribution I have to that publication, nobody is actually evaluating it. And then I might not really seek for a mentor. Because all you are looking for is get paper. And I've got a paper. I hope you understand what I'm saying now. The difference between the get paper, publish or not publish, and what we're doing now is what I'm trying to tell you now. But yes, I can bring a paper. But the first question in that paper is, how many of those papers are you imposed? You see why I needed to seek a mentor? Because if I needed to be a postdoc, I must be an initiator of that research. I must have contributed in a way that I can run it up. Because you cannot pay for the research, initiate it, and then look at me from head to toe and say you like my beard and say put my name in front. It is not going to happen anyway. So, and for me to be able to get myself to know that I was there to go out front, I will not look at someone like Prof. Ezechi that is already having, I didn't tell you he's having it to, in case he called me, I'm just example. The contact assistant and answer plan. I will now be getting closer to him. Each time we come to office, I will not and say, good morning, sir. I didn't know you had come. Just let me check on you. I will go again. I will still come back in the afternoon and say, well done, sir. Anything for the boys. So you get it now. So each time I go and I come, meet on you, okay, by the time he's putting something together, so remember this boy that used to come and ask anything for the boys. Let's bring him into this thing. Do you know what I'm trying to say now? Okay, it's a way to say, okay, fine, I want to be closer to you. And I see that every time. Each time I have something I'm doing, I leave it and I come to say, what is happening around there? And they bring me into this space. And bringing me into this space, meaning that this is what I want, that's what I was looking for, isn't also. So, and I know what I'm looking for because mentor mentorship sometimes is selfish. You need to agree with me too. Because everybody must be looking for something, one way or the other. So, and then because I'm looking for something, I can say, okay, sir, we've not done this work. He has decided to say we're going to work in Lagos State, we are going to go to Lekki and everything. And when we are sitting down here, by 4 o'clock, we are supposed to sleep in Lekki, and I stayed in Owe. You see? So, and if I really want to be postdoc, I cannot say it's 4 o'clock, sir. I'm going home. Because of course, it's not that compulsion. They could say, okay, you can go. But someone that stays till 7, 9 o'clock, when the time to narrate the paper will come, they won't come that has been going now. So I hold a space in that project. And I try to say, okay, sir. So, okay, this is the title of this project, too. But when we are doing this work, can we just add maybe their family history and say the family history can influence capital income in Nigeria? Can we add into this thing, sir? I can have that paper out so we can. You see what I'm trying to do now? Because this is what now I'm looking for. Because now it is if I do not have a postdoc, I can still progress. But when those came, the people will come and say, union leader, how can you allow them? They are shifting the post. And I will say, this post is all about that we're into it. The man said he wants us to be first class researcher. And let's try it now. Okay, we'll now go to him and say, sir, you cannot tell us to have a grant to because they will not do my face, so they will not give me this grant. And the man said, it's not difficult. Okay, number will put a call and say, if you can write a proposal that is worth it, you can get a grant from them. Don't forget the same grant. They didn't tell you it's international or local. Get a grant. And NEMA has put forth a grant. Is there anything you want to do about that? The man is justified. So you are telling me that you cannot write a proposal that will attract that grant. And because I know, I do not know how to do it, and I know the faculty here has done international one. Local is not difficult. I will still have to look for somebody because I'm not saying how to attract a mentor and a mentee to yourself. I have to say because something is driving me now. I'll now go to Prof and say, Prof, the call is here. You see that thing I told you the other time, the family can replace the capital something. I want to try and say apply for this something. Of course, because it's professional, you know what it's doing. You know what, in a way, you know what I'm looking for. And he said, bring the draft and let's see it. Do you understand? Don't forget, Prof is part of those that will judge this paper. Do you understand? So you now see how, and this is how, even internationally, this is how people get grants. This is what this is what me I see. And believe when I say I see it, I'm in a position to see what some other people do not see. Because if you now have somebody that is leading you, no matter what you write, you can't know the tricks, the intricacy of what the person or the other side is looking for. And then there are part of people that put the draft out. And I'll say, bring me a draft. And I give him time to read it, and I say, now counsel and say, all this thing, read. Why do you write like this? That is the beginning of you know whether you want to be mentored or not. Because the person can push to you and say, what like this? And you not get angry. And you not say, see the ways he has scattered everything I've written. If you know how to write it, why do you go to it? It's not a simple thing. But if you really want to get from that experience, because this is the trick that works as we work. And I go back, I say, what type of thing is this? Within myself. And I'll write again. And I can say, Prof, I've corrected that. You look at it, then you are coming up to this thing again. By the time we have finished, will come and be submitted. How can this guy be? Just the people and see how I've gotten the grant. So simple. And I know that this is what I know that he was one I was getting. I haven't gotten the letter. And that was the difference between some of us in Nema before this person, because this person tried to push the mentors in our part. International mentors. If you were to be in this training, I didn't tell you to do that. But to be in this training, all of the faculty call me, I must have more. I must publish together. And that is the trick of you having enough papers. So I was saying myself, I used this in 12. Between 2008, that I'm mandated to have paper. I mean, when in 2006, I was in Canada. So I'm not a lazy researcher because the NEMA sponsored because I could submit an abstract that could be accepted by International ISA, International Aid Society. So the conference in Canada say if you submit an abstract that is accepted whether for oral or poster, you attend the program. And that was the motivation, and I did. And so about 5 of us in NEMA was successful and we went. And I was not a full NEMA staff. So you could see research is someone I'm interested in it before now. So when I became a full NEMA staff, unfortunately, the bench was something, nobody just that you get the paper. So I had one paper for my next promotion. I promoted because that was the rule. But we thought we were doing ourselves a good service, not knowing that we are choking ourselves. The when this patient came, they now employed people, one person from Ibadan self came with this question. We were talking one day, the guy just told me that I have 28 papers. I said, why did you say I have 28 papers? Somebody have been now assist now, have just 7 papers. That's 2016. How? Well, let me look at it. I said, okay. Let me just say, I was looking. Yeah, I was looking. That's what gave people paper. I packaged myself. I said, no. Every year, I started with I must get 4 papers every year. And that 2018, I got 3. I almost passed. It's not so. 3 over 4. And I was good. So 2019, I said, because the guy was getting like 86 papers in a year. And I knew that it's not you alone doing it. So we now start looking at people that will collaborate. So that's when I say I was forced because I wanted to have it, to now have mentors. And for me, I have like 4 or 5 mentors locally. And I have like 2 internationally. Because I have to choose. Because I told myself I wanted to shake 3 presidents as a researcher in my lifetime. If God answer my prayer. But they say you have done a good job. So I was saying that I'm not looking for promotion. I'm looking for that elevation. Do you understand? So I was trying to do more. And between 2018 and like today, technically, I have like 40 papers. And I have 7 minus 40. So between 2018 and now, I have like 33. So that's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And 20 is still going. If you divide it, one will go down 25 papers in a year. But it wasn't my effort. It was those people that they will remember that this day I want to work. And they will say, come to this place. Come and join us in this project. And because I'm not looking for the money from that project, I'm looking for the paper from that project. I will come, I will contribute to my professional input. And then I will look for somebody else to come up with them. So when the time comes, I say, okay, when they are writing, if I know that I really need this paper, when they are saying, I say, no, I will write introduction. You get brief introduction, the lecture, your name should be 1 or 2, 3 people. Is it introduction that starts paper? So if I write introduction, you can't tell me that, because what is part of the proposal before they can copy and paste. So, and that's what I do. And then I was able to get to a point that I can say, yes, mentorship has worked for me. So, the first time I have a paper, and I have to go and show Professor how to, I should correct it. I told her she called that I said this. She looked at me and said, son, who wrote this paper for you? I said, give me credit now. I'm not a lazy person. He said, no, this is not your right job. See this in trouble. You said you go and look for paper. I put paper to you, you said, no, my laptop again. I said, it's my own. And I said, how will I not? I said, you cannot partner because how can I have Professor this, Professor that, reading this paper before I publish? Because what it means is that she not the paper that much before I publish. But she was wondering if she did not read it that much. Who read this paper for you? And I said, no wonder. So that's when I knew that I've arrived. Clap for me. If your dad can give you that type of partner, because she's my first contact with. She's not just my supervisor, she's also a mentor to me. She was like, how come you could write something like this? And it's published, and then I said, and I told her that, Amoo, it's not a year that I'm glad data for you. It's a foreigner that has data for me. And because I said, because she saw a trail. When you are doing editing, she saw that person, so that's why she see the person wrote. I said, the person analyzed data, not normal person analyzed data for me. So, so you get to a point that in every of those things, and truly speaking, the little content to that paper. Introduction page, all of that one, the analysis gave me the discussion, the analysis gave me my discussion so free. And I sat there, and I went to that, let me surprise you, my students. When I said, my students, go to the discussion for this paper they are talking about. But Professor that read it. They will know what to tell us. So this is the importance of having mentors that have your interest at heart. Because you could produce it. I gave myself a target of 24 paper this year. It's ambitious, don't mind. It's just that to say that if I can hit 13 in a year, I should double it. But of course, it's not as if you could achieve it. But when you meet with Prof and you tell him that I'm looking for 10 papers this year, sir, how can we go about it? Will you not be happy? He is already a Prof. He doesn't need the paper. But you'll be happy that when he's behind there and he's seeing his people shunning much of this work outside. Even when you are not calling there, they will call you to say, this boy call me here, or this man call me. This is the essence of us having or taking our mentorship or mentorship serious. And there is no way for you to actually achieve that properly. As you are going further, look for, because it's given to you, you must pay it forward. Then look for other, because the only way you can master it, what I've been taught, is to teach it. Whether you want to call them mentors, I do not see me supervising anybody. I only see myself mentoring somebody. Because if you come to me that we need to work together, forget age, forget status, I will first of all look at and see if I am here and you are still, I will tell you, do you want us to get to jump this thing together so that I can't supervise, I can only mentor you, because I have plenty of people mentoring me and they were all around me. So if you want to do this, let's do it. And everything that I've learned from those people that have helped me, I'll push it to you. So if you can stay, I know you want to get it. If you can't, I know you can. Because I don't need to look for people's data. I have data that I know. Somebody told me to generate data that are credible. And if I want to publish, if I have people that, if I could say, people that can say, okay, you're not the one that will write the training and everything, let's analyze for you. I can make that of public time in here. Because one data, I think the data you are keeping, bring it. And Chebi is for us to be part of it. And you cannot write it, we can write it, bring it. So that's because I've taken people to say, I'm not doing that, I just call one or two of people that have already taught how to do it. Whether they call it mentorship or not, it's not my problem. But I tell them, if you're going to be in my space, you must multiply. Because that's the only way I can multiply too. And then you must sit down and say, before you leave me, who are those in your space? It works. I got to paper this year from an Obot meeting. When people came from, we organized one program in 2019 or so, 2019, Obot. Professor Smith did that. And they like a conference that people come and everything like that. And there's a lady we met in Ethiopia, the conference. I invited her. And so when we were in Israel, somebody was presenting on virus, and I was one moderating it. And I asked a question, and because okay, he answered everything. And when we finished, he came to me and he said, I like the question you asked me. And the problem is that I want to do this event. Is anybody saying, I said, Nama is good. How can you help us? Do you really want to do this research? Okay, I said, I'm not an animal person, but I have somebody that I met in Ethiopia as an animal, a veterinary doctor. Let me introduce you. Because the person was in this conference, I invited the person to this conference too. So the person came and talk, and I said, she said, it's a nice work, we can do it together. And then she said, I've been trying to get SPAM grant too. I said, that's very difficult. Bring the proposal. We'll need to do a package for you. And then what we do that, we said that three of us sat together. If you're looking for it for like 2 years, you want to rescue, and it cost us in 2020. Because we wrote, he's one that has no money too, but the three of us sat down and did it together. So you can see you have to be selfless, because my name is not part of that grant. He's the one is young teachers, any teacher, whatever they call it, SPAM grant. And he's got me, he said, you got it, put it, fine. And I said, but he said, no, must not be the co-author. So he said, okay, no problem. I said a template to him now, so that if I go to do the work in Amoo, I must tell them I'm part of it too. And he told them in his university. And they wrote a letter to me, and I submitted to them that in case I bring somebody that has carrying pig around, I'm not a veterinary, but I'm a geneticist too. They want to do molecular here, and I'm a co-PI. Have I not been promoted? They said, come and promote. I've been promoted. You can see the chain now. So what I'm looking for, I see it in pharmaceutical conversion together. And what I'm looking for to get, I'm publishing one paper from that work. We have data we're trying to run in the lab, sample we're still running in the lab now to make more data for that work. So from that, you can't come to a conference, sit, talk, and go. I can't do it. I must look for somebody, not because I wanted to get from the person, because I tell myself I'm a research evangelist. I tell you, Nigeria cannot move forward. People of us are doing publish and perish. Because Solaka has showed us what we did not know before. Let me tell you. And so if you are interested, I will not tell you. And I say, okay, let's do something. We cannot begin to rub our own place one another until we can get something to do together. Dr. Adekujona, there was still wanted to do something together. Money did not come out. But he kept the contact. When he was applying for this, I said, okay, fine, it's something. I didn't even know. Is it that said that you got somewhere? I didn't even know. But he was there now. So, and then we still want to work together when we have the opportunity. So I'm just saying that for you to actually harvest this mentor-mentee relationship, you must be willing, whether the person is older, senior, or younger. It's not the subject. It's what the person has achieved. The person that actually push you to know that my paper is on paper rotting. What they call it? Rusty. Publication rusty. Was somebody that came to Nama and knew. The guy has moved to US now. He can see, Nama cannot even contain it. He's still like a year plus. And he moved. The what he brought in was a challenge to Nyanza. And I'm chairman of Asuri. Somebody is getting 28 papers. In how many years I started since I have 7. I think I'm doing something. And then I started thinking over it and I'm still praying to God that by next 2 years, maybe with somebody abroad or something, I could get an NHS grant and then move to US too. And be calling it from there. Clap for me and thank you very much. Prof, Abisa, I cannot do no more Japan. I will just be calling you from there. I will research you. Okay, I should see. Okay, we will see. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. Let me introduce Professor Ezechi to you. Professor Ezechi is the leader of the union for you. Please clap for him now. Asuri in Nema. These are Joanna executive of Asuri in Nema. The design institution, the union in Nema branch. So I'm telling that I won't say he was, he's one of us. And I'll tell I won't say he was. They are the people that laid the foundation that we are building on now. The struggle for Nama to be what it is now started from then. And then at a point, when mentor is becoming a tormentor, people have to seek mentorship somewhere else. So, Paul have to decide to seek mentorship in the University of Lagos. And then, because until we keep the contact, we kept it going. What happens in Naima, I'm sure, I won't tell you, it's what happened in what we are now. So today I can tell you that, I don't know if it's official or not official, that Prof is also back in Naima as a mentor. So I don't know if it's official or not official. The man shall know that the Prof knows what I'm talking about. Because the thing is still again, I don't know that I should say it. Don't say you hear it again from me. When people were being discussed, I was seated there. You ask, what do you want result to do again now? I think you wish to give you your mentor's paper to actually say, should you come or should you not come? What do you think will happen? If everybody is going to say, we bring a look at you. That this must be. So, second Professor Kolawole Oyedeji. What is the head
Thank you very much, my chair. I belong to his constituency and we're happy with what is happening here. I'm blessed. And I want to just apologize for the fact that I actually am here late, though it is not me that caused it. The situation in Nigeria now, sort of, I've been under the bridge there, that's Giro for several minutes. Waiting to pass, they have to pass you through one way. He has the power. That was why I told him I'm working. I do not have that power. I said, you have somebody to give me. So I have to pass one way to get here. I'm ready for you this morning. and by His grace we will enjoy this training. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll be talking about responsible conduct of research. While he's putting in my presentation, let's just discuss a few things before the presentation continues. So let's discuss a few things. Many of us have heard about principles of research ethics before, isn't it? Let me first of all warn my class will be participatory. And if I ask you a question, you are not on hot seats. You have all your 3 lifelines that you can use. You can always phone a friend. Again, you can ask computer, and I stand it to delete 2. And then you delete 2. On the other hand, also, what's the third one? Use audience. Then phone your friend, use audience. So don't think anything is wrong. And I didn't know you, even if I'm asking you any question. So we want to look at responsible conduct of research. When we have responsible conduct of research, what comes to your mind? Do you have a second microphone? Again, when you are speaking, you are not speaking to me, you need to speak to the whole class. So you don't have to stand up if you can speak and we hear you.
Okay, good morning all. What comes to mind when I hear about responsible conduct of research? Essentially conducting research guided by set principles. That is,
are you a teacher?
Yes, I teach there.
No wonder. My question is just responsible conduct of research. To conduct research responsibly. Is it not? Yes. To conduct. And I do know that is a teacher, right? So we'll be looking at the principles of research ethics. What makes biomedical research ethical? These are the things that is under of research. Research integrity. Then, if there is research integrity, there must be a misconduct. Good. So we look at research misconduct. Then we look at the ethics of authorship and publications. Then we look at this code. How many of us have seen this code before? I've seen National Code for Research Ethics. Let me see your hand up. Where did you see it? I didn't say that we hear it too. I said, have you seen it? You did a course before coming here. What is that course? Okay, we are able to download the National Code. So if I'm actually bullying you with this code, you will be able to tell your guy, don't say that one. That is the meaning of that. Then we now conclude. Alright. Let's go on. And this is the question I asked my friend. You're thinking in your mind, what's responsible conduct of research? But let me ask her, let's do something. Amoo, where are mentors? Where are mentors here, so that I will not move beyond my boundary?
See, Prof.
Oh, that's the only one that's around.
My insensitivity.
Please, you have to. Now. Prof, I hear you. It's making for now. Okay, good. Please face yourself in tutu. Look at the person beside you and discuss this question. That is, what is responsible conduct of research? And I'm going to be asking you one by one in your group. So what is it? I don't keep giving a teacher's answer. What is responsible conduct of research? When you get it, my doctor will finish. You know? Okay, so Have you agreed for what is going on? You agree? Okay, we see the group, your group ambassador. Okay, let me ask this. He said, ethically. He has actually added one thing to this. What responsible for research is research that is conducted ethically. How can the research be conducted ethically? What is ethical conduct of research? Let's start. You are not attending the ethical conduct of research. Yes, you start that before on Sunday. Yes, you start that meeting. Yes, you start that is conducted in the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. I have given 3 options. Thank you very much. Good. Come back to my class now. President. Ethical conduct of research is a research conducted with informed consent, conducted with community respect, and research medical research. Which one is the answer? All of them. Please support why ethically conducted research is the same conducted Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. Support that you answer logically.
I made a second part of the question. Good morning, everyone. Oh, sir, please, I didn't get the second part of the question. I'm ready to answer.
My question is this. I said, what is the responsible conduct of research? That's my question. He said it's research conducted ethically. And I said, what is ethically conducted research? And I get 3 options. Research conducted with informed consent. Second one, research conducted with community respect. Third one, research conducted in Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. Which one is not correct? All the 3. You have to teach your question now. You are the one that teach us to respond. No. The first 2 options, with informed consent is true, with the community respect is also true, and now the only quotation I will put is voting that Naira is or what is developing. Naira is a standard institution, so I think because of respect for Naira, I don't agree with you.
I don't agree with that because NIMA is filled with human beings and people have their ways of doing things. Yes, it's ethical that NIMA staff must follow the ethics of research, but if someone may flout it and that doesn't give us the, we can't just give that room and say any research conducted in NIMA is ethical. We must actually check it out if they are actually ethical and if they follow the protocol.
Can we just clap for her? Okay. Clap for her and give to her. Because the way you clap for her, you clap to the head. So, yes, that is why we don't have ethical committee. I want to correct that. The fact that you do research in medical research, no matter the instance, doesn't make it ethical. You have to be able to pass through all the processes we are going to look at here to make sure it is ethical. So when we're looking at that particular question, then we're talking of responsible conduct of research. We should be able to define what research is. And I know I don't need to waste my time on this. You must have heard this. One, it will be systematic investigation, testing and evaluation designed to develop or contribute to what we call generalizable knowledge. So that takes me to the fact that it must be organized, formally structured to obtain new knowledge. Please underline new knowledge. It must also imply that relevant research protocol must clearly state your objectives. So because it's systematic, somebody told us up on the issue of COVID vaccine. We were just returning from the Government University, And he said that, oh, it's because Abalaka is an African, that's why they didn't look at him during the time of HIV. So who can defend what happened to Abalaka or say what happened? It's either we agree that what happened to him is okay or it's not okay. Because I went there when I started, I said you should logically prove your point. Don't argue your point by sweating. Just logically what you want to say. We will look at it on the merit. Good. Which one are you supporting? What happened to Abalaka? Because we're looking at systematics. Don't take and waste the time. Let's check. Or systematic way setting anything based on what happened to Abalaka. Which one are you supporting? Are you supporting? Or say what Abalaka did was wrong? Which one? Good. Let's hear you why.
Abalaka wasn't following the steps in science. There's a procedure, there are processes for drug manufacturing or drug production. And secondly, there wasn't disclosure. He wasn't ready to put out what he was doing so that others can replicate out there. So I think what happened to him was not.
So in essence, possibly, if we now unravel what happened to Abalaka, there was no objective of what we're going to get from what he's going to do. Let's imagine what he wants to do is research. And you remember we said our objective would be what? Smart. Yeah? Good. Good? Smart. S-M-A-R-T. But we have added E-R. Your objective now must be smarter. So let's look at the S-M-A-R-T now. And then we have our E-R. I know what E-R is. Yes? S is what? And what specificity? I don't like the way you dress. Is that specific? No. So what is specific? Change that statement to specific.
Dress formally for the occasion.
That's what you no. I don't like your car. I don't like your car. I don't like the glasses you put on. I don't like the way your cloth is. I've already made a specific information that it is your brother or your son or even your. Now ask this question all over where I go, and if we have no other people here, you can answer me. Your socks, this one here, is it put on because of the cloth or the shoe? Because if you say, brother, you wear dress, I want to ask you what is actually specific about what you are saying. You're it's against you anyway. I am one, so I want to know. The socks I put on, yes, I let me ask the man. So if I putting on socks, who am I to you? A DJ person. Allow means what? Community person. Village person. Now the question now is that socks that we are putting on general enough for everybody. Is it for the shoe or for the cloth? So why am I putting on socks in your body? I'm putting on Buba. Why? Because the sock is not for the cloth. I'm putting on something in that. We're talking about it. The sock is not for the cloth. It's for the shoe. I'm putting on shoe. I'm putting on my socks and you are still calling that up. You see the issue? It shows that differently people who say something this doesn't mean they are correct. It will have been for several years. We will have thought this is correct. But sometimes that is not it. So if you are looking at smart, you know specific, you must say exactly what you want to do. You specify the time. It's also time bound. So you talk of measurable, achievable, isn't it? The R is what? Reality. And then the T is what? Now who wants to tell the E? Because I've added E now. E-I. That person I was also be a teacher. They know, that also the guy has giraffe. I know the man is not teaching us it. Every but wow. So what is he? What is he? Yes. Who will help me? Almost 8 years. You know, everything you are doing is starting with it can be extra to me. You know, people are not with that. But we is experimentable. You know, and that also talks about ethics. You know, some things you say are not experimentable. Because you tell somebody that, oh, for me to be able to get this result, I need to cut your head. Is it experimentable? The answer is no. If somebody is doing a research and is working with infants and say, I'm going to give them vaccine and watch them die, then that is my end point. Is it experimentable? And when you don't look at it, it's unethical too. They want to be out so that I move on. Thank you very much. How do you do that? Yeah, that's good. That means Abalaka refused to do that. He didn't want us to reproduce whatever is good. And any of the protocol or proposal that everybody cannot repeat. I'm the only one that knows this. That's not correct. Are you getting me? Then the knowledge you get from there needs to be what? Generalizable. And every one of us must be able to use your knowledge. So these are the 6 stages of research. Think and develop a research plan. This is what we call what? Conceptualization. You know, we are going to issue of ethics of publication, and the slides are actually interwoven. So we develop a research plan. I'm sure my other colleagues will let you know how to do all these ones. Then the next thing is you must submit your plan to ethics review committee to get approval. From now on, you don't sit in your room and say, I need a waiver. That is unethical. Oh, sir, my proposal should be expedited. That is wrong. You say submit, then it is determined whether to be expedited, will be waived, or will be given full committee review. And I'm working with mosquito. And I want to tell you, if you have had about third-party effect, you will know that working with mosquito could be very, very dangerous. Yes. Because whatever the mosquito moves from one person to the other and will transfer what you don't even think of. So you are working with insects and it's going to affect human beings. Oh, I'm an engineer. What we are doing is devices. We are not working with human beings. Who is going to use those devices? Yeah. Oh, I'm a chemist. We don't sit in our rooms and we make compounds that we use in supporting some drugs. We are in trouble. Who will take those drugs? Human beings. So you need to check everything you are doing ethically. Then after the second stage of looking at your review and your proposal, you now go to collect information and which you call implementing your plan. Then you analyze and interpret. Remember these 6 stages when we get to the issue of publication, we are still coming back to it. Write a report and then disseminate your results. We are looking at responsible conduct of research. At all these stages, you must be responsible. If you are not responsible, it is not thing. So, for my friends, responsible conduct of research refers to rules or codes that researcher needs to observe in order to conduct ethically acceptable research. Anytime you are conducting research, you should have in your mind the dramatic I want to say now. It's a triangle. The researcher, and the society. I got it there. Everywhere, society can be on top, the researcher can be on the left, and the researcher can be on the right, anywhere. What we are saying here is this. Remember, the 3 of them are tripartite, that you also belong to the 3 of them, 2 of us. God, you are the researcher today. Tomorrow we will be researching on you. Geriatrics research. And tomorrow, and from the beginning, we are all members of the society. So when these people are talking, don't think they are talking about themselves. They are looking at you too. Because we are knowing that when you're talking of most at-risk population, where is the most at risk? When we started, we keep drawing, we will draw one big cycle, you draw another one inside, you draw another one inside, you don't know what to say. These people are free. This is the most at risk. Now it is not. COVID showed us. Stay in your house, you can catch COVID. It's not true. So it shows that everybody is not at risk. So we must look at those rules that we need to observe, and that's why we are going. And there are certain code of conduct of research involving human participants. And when you have those codes, you want to protect the rights, integrity, and safety of all persons who participate in research. So when you are responsibly conducting your research, you are saving yourself as a researcher. You are saving the participants who are the research, and you are saving the society. And at the end of the day, we will have the same environment. So let's look at the reason why we said is that we call ethical philosophy. One left out. And I want somebody to define a human being for me. Who define a human being? If you ever to speak in the matter needed. Yes, who wants to define a human? My ethical friend, can you define a human? You ever want to try somebody that has no eyes, one nose, teeth 32 or 24? Using glasses or don't use glasses? Living or dead? Blind? Deaf? No. Should I define a human being for you? Yeah. A human being is a human being because it's a human being. That is it. No, what is the definition of me? A dead person is a human being. Just tell us. A dead person is a human being. There is nothing like dead human being. If you don't say dead animal, remove human being there. What is philosophy? We are pushing a particular thing now in ethics, and it just started. The issue of humility. 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 And we have discovered that once you have humility, all these questions will be raised on ethical conduct of research will be so easy. True or false? When you have humility, what do? You humiliate. And what is humility, sir? What's humility? Low self-esteem? No. Not talking of what you have the capability of doing. So what is humility? I like talking to my ethical person. Didn't know each other somewhere. Is it here that I'm doing it? I don't pronounce it all. I've told you you can use audience. So. Humility is simply respect. One check. Simply respect. So if I respect you, I will not humiliate you. True or false? Humility is about looking at another person like yourself. The difference between me standing here and you sitting because I'm standing and you are sitting. I'm a human being like this and Mr. Niger like you. No, nothing different. Even between me and Buhari today because he's the president. But would Buhari not go to the toilet like me? He has told us he will still go to the other room like a man will do. You will be doing something in the other room with clothes on because he's the president. It's impossible. So when you look at it generally, I will respect him. By the status of being a president, but you also realize that I'm also a human being. If we don't have humility, we will not be in the situation we are. We are being humiliated. We are not being respected as Nigerians. So we are looking at that, oh, maybe researchers don't think that I am here and they are there. These are my, I was asking a question somewhere, but the way it is here, maybe this question might not be relevant to you. I mean, okay, we can't have professor in this group. No, but I was asking some of my colleagues, I said, who made me professor? Prof, please don't mind me. Let's make this place a community. Yeah. Who made me a professor? Who made you a professor? You thought of it before, sir? Are you help me, man? Who made you a professor?
I guess I would say your inputs, your outputs, the things you've done, made your university recognize you as well.
I like one thing, when you meet teachers, answers are always very, very explicit. Your inputs, your outputs, makes your university recognize you and make you a professor. Prof, did you agree with that? Absolutely. Isn't it? Who made you a professor? Are you answering? Listen, how did they get that input? How did they get the output? They're the principles that made them professors, for God's sake. You see, we have left it because we didn't know they have dignity. How many of us have seen those participants on the road and they wave you and you pick them? We didn't think about them. We have humiliated them after they have made us professors. I'm thinking you're not thinking now. So that when you are going to research, that should be your mindset. Remove that unnecessary mindset of thinking that these people, you don't use a human being, you recruit human beings. Human beings cannot be a means to an end. That's why you are not as a professor. That's why is a professor. Now the university don't be a professor. How do I get rid of the fact that a man output? Yes, ma'am. Yes, we are discussing.
Yes, please. That it is in as much as the work makes them professors, but they were able to translate that work into changes in.
Why will you translate when there is no raw material?
No, my point is that they've done the work.
Mm-hmm. How will they do the work? You are leaving the foundation. When you are saying something, the living idea is started from. They've done the work. How I'm here? There's nobody here. Who am I speaking to? Who is most important here? What are we talking about? Until you have that research, your research will only be having pages. And you need to put that at the back of your mind every day. That you are in partnership with the person you are taking the blow. You are partnering with the person you are asking those simple questions. You know, partnering asking me my age can make me say, let the floor open and I enter. Ordinary age, you are wondering. Oh, ask me my age here. I will look now whether my business is here. Because the official age is you are not thinking that. Close your age. What is so important about it? I can't tell us. He has a different way of mind. She goes a different way because he talked about 17. And I'm asking you so until you know that I have a moral work ability to decide certain things. And without the question you are asking, if it's not too important to you, then go ahead with whatever you are doing. But you be on my mind. And that is what we're saying. That at that point, we have a framework of moral principles. That is the conduct of your research. Moral principle. The purpose things are not going to give you nothing as if this man, what is so important about your age? For example, you can ask a woman or a girl, when is your sexual level? Hello? When is your sexual level? Even people that are here, that you actually are married, you have 2 children. Can I ask when is your sexual level? Very simple. Then I will go for that say, who is it? So simple, there are certain questions.
Invasion of privacy.
Exactly. And these are the things we gather together, that we put together as papers as our inputs and our outputs to get our professorship. And we think somebody did not suffer for us. The answer is no. So what did you have that? So when at respect for the autonomy of that person, that gives him dignity. If you cannot give him the age, don't go. How far do you go? Look at this professor, we are asking him, what is your sex? And the man can't answer me. You look at the person, or is it because you are amphibious? You can't tell me you are a male, but we can see you physically you are a male. Many of us do that on the field. Then we should also be thinking of achievement of moral sound ends, of what benefits the participant. And how do you do that? You must not treat them by promising them false benefits. That was saying, well, that was what Pfizer said the other day. If we didn't give them to, they would have died because this meningitis is about children in Kano. Why you God? No, I'm asking you, you are not God. Some of them that didn't take over didn't die. Why some that didn't even die also end up with unnecessary complications? So where are you now? On that, recognize the culture and religion of the community where you are going to do your research, and recognize that woman should not be used as a means to a legitimate end. Because any human being is an end in itself. So that is the essence of talking about responsible conduct or research. That is the consensus ethical principles. The consensus ethical principle is respect for autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and law, justice. But we are pushing now to have humility as part of it. Many of us even no matter why we don't respect the autonomy of either our wife or your husband. So, the day she gave me of meat. Tomorrow she gave me two. I finished it. So, the next day she gave me one. She now asked, we gave you 3 the other day. You must be somebody that eats too much meat. I gave you 3, you ate. I gave you 1, you ate. And I asked, I'm in my house. I should decide for myself whether I will take 3 or 2. Oh, come and see this child. He didn't eat. They will beat him. Isn't it? The boy eats 5 times a day. He's eating too much. So where is he? I wouldn't know what to do. I don't know the boy. This boy does not want to go to school. He was studying medicine. And we saw doctors that are making it. Now I'm asking you questions because we don't know that those things also happen within where we are. And when you are looking at that in your research, you don't tell me you'll be able to actually recruit 2,000 participants in a day. How will you do it? How will you be able to look at the autonomy for it? Then how have you affected them or whether you harm them or not? How will you determine that? How do you benefit them? And how do you play justice? So what is justice? What is justice? Being fair, isn't it? What is being fair? What is fairness? No, one other thing that we will learn in ethics is etymology. And what's etymology? Check your phone now. Well, you can check your phone. That's phone a friend. Phone your phone. What's etymology, sir? Study of words. And you know words are formed, don't you know? That's why right now we have Paligoros in the dictionary. Is it not? Are you sure? Paligoros in the dictionary. Check your word. Check your word. And you can use the word called Palimana. Now, this is a word. Paligoros is a word called Palimana. And the adjective of attractive, I'm just giving you a word that is just spoken now. Another word I'm going to give you that I'm going to check dictionary is Buhari. Buhari is not a word in the dictionary. And in this wicked, yes. So you're clear about is there? So because you are going to dictionary, you got the problem. So I'll continue. The everyone will have value in that. I'm always there.
That brings about losses or misfortune.
Yes, that's value for you. Now, it shows you that words are flawed and they are formed through. So what do you learn in ethics about anti-fraud? When you say fairness, fairness means words. So that as you know fairness is, it can be what you know fairness is. What's fairness? I'm facing you only yourself and my friend Etika.
Giving everybody the same opportunity.
The same equal opportunity. Is that fairness? No. It can be. Yes. Give everybody equal opportunity. Give them the same opportunity.
Okay.
No, I'm answering that question. That's can it be? Yes, that's not fairness. Yes. Give them one the same opportunity.
No.
That's not fairness. What's a good man? That's how people. Let's talk. So you say treat equals equally and unequal unequally. Simple. That's what you are saying in equity. So it means that we don't treat everybody equal, even in justice. It's not correct. You are not being fair. Yeah, you are not being fair. So we treat people equally and unequally, so it's better you're able to get that. So when you're looking for this particular respect for persons, you're talking of looking at individuals as autonomous agents who have right to self-determination to participate in research. Right to voluntarily decide whether or not to take part in any research or withdraw from it without suffering any reprisal. And then your research should respect local community norms, cultures, and practices. You can't break our culture because of science. You don't want it. Culture has been there before your science. So how do you apply this in the field? One, you must make sure that you are talking to a competent person. When you are invited, so you don't look at people that are sometimes in court. They are under one oppression or the other. For example, you want to work with uniform men, you have to be very careful. By virtue of their work, they are signed that they obey the last what? Order. And that's why they command them, apes obey, apes obey, apes. What's the meaning of that? They are saying apes obey, and they are obeying. What's the meaning of apes? Apes obey, apes, and they are calling it apes obey. It's not just obey, it is apes obey. It's not just okay, my brother. Go and check. When we are seeing some of these things, it's not ethic to make you do. You read the law. When people say women shouldn't wear dresses, we wear the stuff. You go and check how private started. The issue keeping of religion of women, go and check whether it is religious or it is societal. Go and check. Don't believe the church says you should not pay for religion. That is no. It's societal. It doesn't start from religion. So go and check the issue why women start wearing the type or the fabric they are wearing now. And go and check the most corrupt police force in the whole world. I will tell you, check all those ones. And then check how women started wearing trousers. You enjoy it by the time you are checking. I'm not sure that you don't know what is it. Isn't it? You need to know that. I'm also doing another one. So don't worry, we continue to get these things. And it makes you, when somebody is telling you this, you don't think you know more than them. And you don't even know. I'm a participant and I'm telling you, you'll be looking at me because you talk to the addict. Mobility. Good. You allow the person to take voluntary decisions to participate in the research. You must provide them with adequate what? Information. How adequate is adequate information? So, we are not going to look at the responsibility of researchers here. They are not we call responsibility of researchers. Really, that you will provide us with remote you don't even know you go risk yourself. Oh, provide us with needed things. Do you even know you don't risk yourself? It's a research. You don't know it. So you can then look at it as the work is going on. You have a data safety monitoring board that is monitoring what you are doing. So they are giving you information. And when you are seeing it, you keep changing those methods you are doing, and you will submit back to the ethics committee to look at the veracity of what you are doing, so that the work can go on well, very well. That was the object of the Tortilla experiment. The problem with the other one of the Tortilla experiment is a what? Isn't it? And the problem was that because the one they are doing is because there was no drug, and the drug came. And they didn't tell them. They provide very information. No, they don't see them as normal human beings. And anytime you are working, and you are not seeing the participants as normal human beings, then you are doing a useless research. Believe me, it's criminal. That's it. So you must have very bad. Now see, you look at them, these people are stupid. You do the same thing, you are doing exactly the same thing. There is nothing, not two ways to look at it. No wrong way to do the right thing, please. No wrong way to do anything that is right. Then we also look at what is the language that he or she understands. And we have been talking since morning. How am I sure you understand what I'm saying? Oh, am I sure you understand it? I need to measure it. I tell somebody I'm going to kill you, but after killing you, I will give you 6,005. It's meant to be on the 6,005 money because I'm not seeing 1,000. So you really don't remember I said I'm going to kill you. The only money you have is the 6,005. You choose what you want to know, is it not? So how did the person understand? So you can see you have a lot of work in your mind when you are doing research. I know researchers like me too, we are selfish. The only thing we are looking at is the next one to go today. They want to be, I need to be the tomorrow. I have to do this is what to do about. So you're forgetting the people that will give you those results. You don't care about them. And that's why we are looking at it. So you have been taken to disclose adequate information to obtain voluntary agreement. We'll be looking at this in our practical class. I told I will send a brief example of informed consent. Then you go to informed consent and tell which one is good and which one is bad. And I will give you a checklist for informed consent. So you will look at it, and if there is anything else you need to add, please, we are not here to prescribe. Don't think that this man is above it. No, you know the person that knows the rule. It's not that knows how to break it. So nobody is so don't do that. So when you see it, you now ask yourself and say, oh, this should be there. So this is not there, and I will get the feedback from you. Now, this will be my last time on the form concept. I know, okay, I know the word. Is that it is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop. So that makes you know that the form consent has two parts. One, the document part. Two, the certificate part. How many of us have written form consent before? You've written before. So can you tell us how many pages is your form consent? You've not written before. Not usually. I'm talking about the practical self. What is usually? When you are talking about something that you have done, we need to usually. You say that I did that thing usually. That one usually is not usually. You are reading one before. So how did you write it? Just tell us. How many pages? 4 pages. Okay, tell us. The 4 pages, does it have documents and certificates?
There's one that the participant,
the good participant will sign and take, will sign another one for me. Then there's not things all the.
So the 4 pages, your information is where? Let's say page 1, page 4. The information for the risk, the adequate information disclosure is for which is on page 1 of the one is signing for me, then page 1 also of the one you will take. That's all. Good. That's how I'm going. If you are listening to let us know. don't give me this paper, let me use it to explain. Now, for informed consent, I have page 1, page 2, and page what? Page 3. So this contains all my information, the disclosure, the voluntary decision, the benefit, the safety issues. Listen, you put reason why you are recruiting that person. Why is it me? Why are you looking for me? So you should be looking for Amoo for this. You have to put it there. I'm recruiting because I know you are not even talking about it. Can that be true? I will tell you no. I'm not the only one. I'm also going to say this more than me. So you can do that for the purpose of research in this way. Then you have a page for certificate that we can detach. So many of us you write, we will not continue. Do you know these 3 pages the particular needs to take them home? And that's why we don't wait process. You're taking up and bring to somebody like Amoo and not about this, and you will now see him. Say, look, this is the research that somebody wants to do. You will look at it and say, ask this question before you sign the certificate. But when we do Amoo together, how will you now be able to have the person to do that? So you know, you say my form is there, sign it. And that's why we coerce participants, we influence them to sign. We think they are signing for consent. Many of them don't know what they are signing. So you separate document from the certificate. Yes, sir.
I have a question, sir.
Very good. I was wondering that nobody is asking questions before.
The one I told you about, what we did is to in the one is taken away. There is information, there's also the signing page. You know, he signed the person.
That's why we need signing. He will bring the 3 pages to you.
No, there are 2.
Just 1 page.
Yes. Let me explain something. What we did then was make him to sign in 2 places. We will take one, go with one. The 2 of them contain information and the certificate that we talk about. But one thing we realize is this. For many of the people that eventually participated in the study, they are even refusing to let that one and go with it. There's nothing I want to do with it.
You always find that situation. It's like a teacher that will say the students are ready to publish, so I decided to write down the paper. You see, no matter what happened. The student will finish his project, he will not even come again. After this, he don't see. Is that what happened? But the training we have in ethics is that you must force that student to do that work. We'll get there. That is why you are a teacher. Oh. So you know, the student will say no. You know, we have to force them because that you are training somebody for the country. If you are not in that show, will you be sitting here? Whenever we are going to school, remember, the primary school, they have to force you. The women say, please, if you go, when you come back, we'll give you sweet. That's why you are gone. If they have left you will not be here. So, you let them know that they should take the document home and go and discuss. You are preaching ethics role. We do as a challenge. Someone has told me before, a lawyer came to him to actually participate in HIV research. And he gave him only 8 pages of informed consent to read. A lawyer said, you are my doctor now. Will you give me something that is not correct? He said, no. You have to say, no, that you should sign. Believe me, don't report such participants. Give me another one. It's a bit thing to take over. You say, will not get participants. No, why do you say so? There are people we call Ezechi. They don't care, they will participate. And because we have already had in mind that we know, so we also do, like I told you, to influence, subtle influence, subtle coercion. Subtle, it's not known, it's not seen. And until we have that, I'm talking about this, I'm a researcher too. And I know that these things, until you start practicing, that does not work. So separate it first. As I give them the document and say this is the document, don't give the form with it in any format. Does it make sense to you? They don't even have where to sign that issue. So what will they sign? Yes, let me do a separate page of So you call that particular pay income consent certificate. Have you finished with it? Yes. You understand what is there? Yes. I told her I'm going to cut off your neck off. And after that neck, you know, when I be cut off, this one is confirmed. Then I will have finished cutting before I give the sister. I say, hey, I thought I would collect the money first. No. I'm going to cut it off first before you collect the money. Because you mind, you don't know what that person is taking off. Because I asked a question, that two children are at home, I don't have money to pay for their school fees. And somebody said, come and donate one of your kidneys to collect £6,500. And if I have one kidney that is in trouble, and then the other one they want to take it, what will be in my mind? I want to be a responsible father. I want to give this one to collect 6,500 to train that one. That's not men go to, you know. No. You now ask us to go and meet your father. So this is the issue. No, as you are talking to me, you are saying I'm taking my consent. I'm thinking of those nobodies. And you are not explaining to me fully enough. And you think that is because they will say they won't know what to take. You are the one that will let them know. There are people on the field though, now looking at the way the searches are conducted. So this level of informed consent, you disclose information, provided
you must measure understanding. Then
you know that
we are always very particular about is this voluntary authorization
and explicit, which is in form of the signature of the research participants. Remember, there are triplets. What are the triplets? Teeth, law, and human rights. Out of the three triplets, a triplet should be born with out of the triplets, the law is the senior brother. So, ethics might not take you to jail. Even after taking the phone has not properly done law and take you to jail. So be careful when you are writing the page. Don't be thinking of only the statement that wrong, be thinking of the ethics too. So these are the things where the document, like I told you, are going to do some work on it. The goal of the research, procedures and schedules, how many times that is coming, the study duration, the compensation. Who can tell the difference between compensation and reimbursement?
compensation and
Reimbursement. At the Good. Are we hearing?
reimbursement is giving you back what you have spent. For compensation, is either you have spent or you have not spent. They are giving you
Compensate something.
for maybe for the sacrifice.
Exactly. So you pay me, but can you really compensate me?
That was compensate.
That's why it is compensate. Good. No, that's not correct. That's why it is compensate. You can't really pay. And when we give compensation, we say the money is too much. 10,000 is too much for these rural people. I give an example. A woman goes to the river early in the morning. When the fishermen are returning by 4 a.m., she has collected the fish from them, put it in her basket, and she will send to people like us, natural people who just write down 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. But we want fresh what? Fresh fish. Before 7, she has finished selling, and she has made 50,000. And you are recruiting such a woman to your research center, and you say, "Ma, you need to be there by 7 a.m. Will she be able to go to Riverside?" No. Will you give that woman 50,000 for coming there? It's too much for her, because when she's even trying to allow, she tries from here to here and say, "This is a movie." She's making money that that's why it's difficult to compensate. So when you're looking at all these, don't be looking at them as if they are an entity. This is we are putting this into your brain so that you look at them that they are also human beings in their own respect. You don't give them 10,000. Have you done anything? Reimbursement is easy. How much do you use for transport to pay back? How many will you be ready to pay back that same amount for transport? I say my father is like took Uber. And why should you take Uber to this research center? How do you want me to pay? I can't decide any thought except Uber. Don't pay Uber. Because we didn't calculate Uber when we are presenting to this committee. Subtle coercion. Yes, ma'am.
Let's think about not compensating for,
Reimbursement.
reimburse, yes, but enticing them, to take part in it. So can you explain that?
Good. What we are bringing up now is issue of inducement.
Yes, inducement.
Inducement is allowed. Yes, until inducement is what is not allowed. Until inducement is unethical, but inducement is allowed. All of it is incentive. So I know that's like this one. You will know.
Where do we draw the line?
Oh, well, doing inducement. The person that is bad, no, he wants somebody to tell you. You didn't hear that program before. If you are bad, you will know within you. And words are not more than truth. It's either the truth or a lie. God don't want to lie, and the children of men do not want truth. So which one will you speak? There are only two words. It's not the truth or the lie. But the fact is that human beings don't want the truth. That's why he's asking me that question. How would you know when you are unduly inducing? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Inducement, compensation, stipend, depending on countries or the regions. Usually what you don't want to do is to, induce, make the person want to do what ordinarily you won't want to do because of that amount. So I'll give you an example. In my research, I have people coming from different areas. So to do kidney biopsy, some of them, some had to stay in a hotel. So for such a person, I did like 5 or 10,000, right? So that I can afford. As soon as people had 5,000, as soon as people had, they're giving some people 5,000, they all wanted to come for 5,000. So you see, it's undue. But the person did not realize that part of the money is for this person to quarter himself. Whether he quartered himself in the hotel, I do not know. But I had to keep that for him to, so he had to understand that. So if once they hear, because we were talking about farmer, whatever, once they hear that the money is a bit much, they rush and come. And you don't want to recruit people that you shouldn't recruit. So when you are asking them questions, they have it, they will say no. Do you have this? No. Have you no? So that you will do what?
Give them the money.
Recruit them and give them the money. So that's the problem. So this is the pay line we have to every day navigate as we engage these people in the payment.
Let's start the problem.
Without having people like this in my class, it makes the war simple. Then there must be confidentiality and anonymity. I know we have 2 terms. Anonymous linked and anonymous unlinked. You can unravel the 2. Anonymous linked and anonymous unlinked. Anonymous linked. So give us anonymous linked. The other name for anonymous linked is the identification. Another would be easier.
Anonymous link. Okay, I understand. The anonymous link has to do with the participant is not really known.
Can you hear her there? You see, that is the issue of rights and duty. She has deprived me of my right. Because my right is a duty. Yeah. So when you say human beings have rights, there are 2 words there. It is duty and right. Can you hear me there? Am I using microphone? No. So I'm not deprived you of your right. So if he's talking to microphone and I'm not hearing, she's depriving me of my what? Right. Hearing right of what she's saying. So say it now, let's hear you.
I'll call him friend.
Who is your friend here? Who is your friend? Is she your friend? Okay, let me choose a friend. This is your friend. Oh, you want to use, you should use one lifeline. Which one you want to use? Audience? Lifeline. Three of them. There are three lifelines. Phone a friend or computer to delete two. Oh, Janet. So, anonymous. Anonymous link. Yes.
Yeah. Could it be that okay, I'm guessing maybe anonymous link is where participants have a code. Where the participant code.
You didn't explain it fully. What's the code?
For example, if you want to follow up participants. So there's a
Oh,
code.
it means that you have a register. Our names are there. Then you now give a code to represent those names so that you will be identified. That means that it's anonymous when everybody is looking at it, but it can be what? It can be illuminated. Now, anonymous on link. We don't have any name anywhere. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, no name, no age, nothing. We are not able to. Nobody really think that you begin to check the last point. You won't get anybody's name. It depends on the research you are doing. Especially when you are doing research with the other population. MSN, addicted users, you need to check. Be sure that you can read them. Because if government tells you, tell us this thing, where these people are. You go to your research, and that's unethical. You should check it very well. So when this committee is not telling you should do this, you should also be thinking ahead of the research you are doing. So these are the things in your informed consent. These are the challenges. Comprehension, competence to consent, the environment where human rights are not respected. You don't mention this. Give an environment where human rights are not respected. One environment. No. We have human rights in this country. Chapter 4 of Nigerian Constitution talks about human rights. Go and check. Chapter 4 says so. Amen now. So make sure you get your rights. But the environment we're talking about here is like prison. You know, in prison, you is so respected. Even is in a uniform position. Sometimes in many hospitals. Yeah, where you can't decide what you want. So we also be wary of that to check. What is that? If some human rights are not respected, the child must study what the father wants. So we have in front of it. And you have right, but it is what he's trying to say here because I know there are patients' rights. But how many? If I want to remember a case where a patient was asking the doctor to know the kind of drug. He said no. He refused. He said you can't take it, then you can leave the office. Man, we still have it, man. Oh, where is the microphone that you see now? So I told you that you are see. It's your next part. You have to remove it with you.
You know, this social media, internet, is so everywhere. And even the children, they know how to use it better than you. So if you are doing those things, you'll be there talking. And you'll be recording and taking this thing. Tomorrow you will see yourself where? All over the social media. A patient has rights to know his prescription, to know the lab test. If he refuses to do, he has the right. You have the right to discharge against medical advice. It's your right. You get it. Don't you ever deny a patient his or her right because you may get yourself into trouble. This small certificate that you're carrying about, like me and carrying, will enter trouble. You understand? Please, don't assume on this Nigerian or all these youths. Even if they bring their parents, they can record it and put it. Tomorrow you'll be all over the whole place.
Like a policeman.
We don't force anybody to do anything. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. So, you must, in your research, you must maximize benefits and minimize harm. And then you need to know that you need our own balance in ethics is the benefit is more than the risk. The risk should be very, very low. And we say you can, because we belong to different schools. I don't want to confuse. Somebody said, don't confuse children. Yes, if you keep telling the children that, we have more than one Jesus. Yes, now we have 4 Jesus. Don't see the Bible. You don't know Jesus, but you have to say Jesus Christ. So Jesus Christ is one. Jesus are many. But you don't want to tell the child that because we don't know the difference between the two. So I will begin to tell you some things. I want to keep it so that you will not be wondering what this one saying again. This one you have been saying before. But there are cases that things happen differently. That you need to check some things. We are at that point. Let me give you an example. In phase 1 study, can you lower the risk? How? You know what is phase 1 study? When you are checking your safety, you don't even know whether it's going to be safe or not. You're only banking on the clinical result, which is the government members. But every day you must make sure the benefit is more than the risk. So let's talk about that one so that you understand that. So these are the risks that will happen. Emotional, I mentioned that the other time. Social, when of us go through this, when we go to American embassy, is it not? You don't know what happened there. When somebody is coming out with his passport, is it not? No, you're looking at me. You don't know the American embassy before. And then now, when you don't come out with your passport, the way you laugh is different because the passport will be dropped so that they will send you to put the visa. They will not get your passport already. Know whether it is one day or go to America. But anybody coming out with a passport, you already know it's a stigma. You don't know. It's a stigma. Then there is financial risk, and there's also legal risk, and the risk will also be physical. This is a popular one with children convenience. So when you are looking at this, you must especially protect the vulnerable population, the children, the women, and the stigmatized. And I want to add one that I didn't have before, and men. Men are now also vulnerable. Is it not? Yes. Okay. So for non malefacence or do no harm, and then injury to one person for a communal good is ethically unacceptable. This one Nazi said. Nazi soldiers or Nazi doctors said these people are at least they are prisoners of war. So a prisoner of war is not a human being. I'm asking, a prisoner of war is not a human being. Yes. Oh, thank you, Oliver. A prisoner of war is not a human being. So if you are they say they can do anything with them and allow them to go. That's why they don't mind whatever happens to those people. We've actually talked about justice today, being treat equals equal. So the next question is this. Who wants to read the first thing for me here? Read it loud. Now where's your microphone now? Come and stand beside me, we can be teaching together. See, she's the one that wants to read the first one. Yes, read the first one for us.
Are all persons who conduct research in Nigeria aware of these things?
What's your answer? So look what everybody knows, have you? Yeah. We're in trouble. Give to the next person.
Do all researchers who know of these principles apply them in practice?
Wow. On to this side, let me show this my sister. If I see her here. Only women have been talking now. Let me talk about yes. Number 3.
What challenges do the application of these principles pose in a developing country like Nigeria?
That's what we said the other time. One of the challenges. You don't even want to wait. When you tell them to take it over, they say, no, let me sign. It's a big issue. Good. Now, the question now is, what makes the conduct of research ethical? Remember where we started from? Responsible conduct of research. So your life, you want to be without this man, you say, are we going to be able to conduct research at all? So let's look at your own way, the checklist you'll be looking at. Number 1, the research must be designed and implemented in ways that generate knowledge of. It was our value, prevalence of hepatitis among women in Yaba, prevalence of Ebola among women in Shogo, Well, in a confident in a good better. How can you be? What is the value in using a good better? Shomolu and Java. Are they not the same as this? So what's the value of such a research? So your research must be rigorous. Then you must fairly select your study participants. Some communities have been over-researched. Some are under-researched. Immoral in Ibadan. Thank you, sir. Over-researched. Don't be selected again, they must go there. If you are talking, you are saying, yeah, okay, no important person there. Then there will be favorable balance of potential benefits over risk. These are your checklists. Then there will be independent review of your proposal by a competent health research ethics committee. Your solicitor for methodological rigorous, ability of best practices, comprehensive review of literature, adequate sample, correct analysis. You can see here, all scientifically for research awards are unethical to do what? To implement. That's what we call scientific integrity. You must have valid informed consent. We cannot overemphasize that. The safety and well-being of the enrolled participants must be guaranteed during and after the research is completed. Remember the thalidomide study. The problem did not occur at the time of the research, was after. So you must be thinking, right? You want to make the researchers, you must have look at those things. So it's a lot of responsibility on you. And all this number 7, respect for person development. So you need to respect for the human being you are recruiting. Then here there will be competent persons. So you are a gastroenterologist and you are recruiting children. So you are also a pediatrician. So when you have anybody of a pediatrician, when you even know about gastro, no. So there will be competent persons. Whoever is even representing you must be competent, so they must be trained because they are representing you. So you shouldn't go into a research that you don't have expertise into. Then this popular one, your findings must be disseminated appropriately. First of all, to the study participant. How many of us have done this? After your research, you go back to the participant to give them the result. Oh, let's discuss this result. No. The next thing you see, we are publishing Lancet. Which was that one? +1. So, and many of these researchers, these people that people recruited do not have chance to read those papers. No feedback to them. It's unethical. And then the final one is to meet all these conditions. So when you are checking your research, apply all this. If you are able to get that at the end of this presentation, I have some questions that you need to ask as you went away. When you ask those questions and be checking your answer, are they affirmative or not? So when those questions are not properly answered, then that proposal needs to be well written. I hope I will get there. So these are ethical considerations: essentiality, maximization of public interest and social justice, knowledge, ability, and commitment to do research. Sometimes I move away from commitment. Some people can be committed, but they might not be conscientious. What's the difference between the two? Commitment and conscientiousness. Can you look at the difference between these two words? Honesty and sincerity. Are they the same? Honesty and sincerity. So commitment and conscientiousness. You are committed, but are you conscientious in it? No, I'm asking the question. The government of Nigeria is committed to education, is it not? Written everywhere, said everywhere. Any conscientiousness about it? No. So, you need that another area consideration for respect and protection of autonomy, rights, and dignity of the participants. In your research must not only respect but also protect the autonomy. protection of the autonomy, not only respecting the autonomy. It's the privacy, anonymity, and confidentiality. When you are doing your research, precaution and risk minimization during and after the research, even before. Non-exploitation. The test that a patient paid for by himself or herself is what you are using for your research. Is it fair? Is that not exploitation? You need such a test. Why don't you put it as part of your own project to do your research? Go and do lipid profile. It makes sense. Now take result, make photocopy, one for your research, one for the treatment. Is it fair? Exploitation. Even within the research team, you should not exploit. You've already said your research center will collect $1,000. You suddenly see that $1,000 is $100,000. I say, this is too much for you. And you begin to change figure. Oliver was discussing this. Everybody asked, are you giving this person? He said, that's the money in the budget. What I put here is what I'm giving the person. Do you do that? Exploitation. So when you are having such, you are not doing ethical research. So when you do responsible conduct, you are seeing yourself as from the point of integrity. Then putting your result in public domain means dissemination at the appropriate time. So that nobody will be seeing the result of 2020 in 2026. So that the reason why you are doing research is for us to grow. So you tell us why and how we can move on. Accountability and what? Transparency. Are you accountable as a researcher? Are you not cutting corners? You must be fair, honest, and what? Transparent. Ethics is about transparency. When they know, they will ask for no. When they know that you are transparent and you tell them this, they will trust you. The only reason why researchers need to conduct research responsibly is for the trust of the society. You can do your research and finish, another person will get there, and they will not allow that person to conduct research. They will say that is how that person came. He promised us he didn't do it. He told our boys to line up, and after that they will give them what is it called? iPad. He didn't buy for them. Are you accountable? Are you transparent? Totality of what? Responsibility. So that you know that everything about the research rests on you, not to the funders alone. So you must make sure you are responsible to your institution. Many of us, we don't get to know what we are doing. You make sure you are going to the funders and also even to the editors, people that even publish results from your research. Don't tell them lies. Salary results. You begin to work figures. If you submit the same research from the same figure, you just change the title. Are you responsible to the editors? When the results were conducted, many of us made them to be asking for our raw materials, our raw data, because they see the same thing. And we wonder what is happening. Show people the raw data. It's the same thing they're talking of. Conducting research responsibly. That takes us to research integrity and scientific misconduct. Responsible conduct of research. So, in the research environment, we have all this. And all this you see here can impact on the research integrity and potential research misconduct. Yesterday, we did one case study on the topic of the case study is victimizing the system or the victim of it. Which will victimize? Prof, I like that to laugh. Is it victimizing the system or victimizing the victim of it? These are the things that we should be looking at. Incentives and reward, how is this done? The system. Somebody went that together because he keeps changing words, he will not be moving. The system is not looking at it. Issue of collaboration, funding, are we properly funded? We should talk for that man that is conducting this kind of Yes, I'm doing it now. Believe me, let me let you know this is not the right. This is just a privilege. When we are here at your own stage of development, we didn't have this opportunity. So it's really a privilege. Clap for them again. Yes, I'm privileged to be here and I'm talking about this. And whatever I know and I'm not able to impact is completely lost. True of us. Now I know that some people will succeed me in responsible conduct. They say, am I not happy? I am one here, only one. And I'm producing how many people? Almost 50. Clap for me too. I'm asking you, because you're not ready to be reproduced. I'm asking you. But people are not saying it, so I should stop here. Maybe I should stop here. You should do your advocacy to make sure things are done properly, is it not? But 50 of you will be in 50 places. Yeah, I can be in only one place. Have you not achieved something? Then I can achieve something. You will go to your different research stations, your different schools, and be discussing the same thing, replicating what you have learned, is it not? Nigeria will be better one day. So that's what we have. But how can we get that hope? You must be ready. And I also must be all ready. Some of us, we are not talking, but I will make you talk by force. Meaning of integrity is having firm principles, possessing and steadfastly adhering to high moral principles of professional standards, and is required in 4 areas: research integrity, in 4 areas: when you handle your data, when you communicate your findings, when you correct your errors genuinely, and then when you mentor and train others. So you can see that NIMA is doing all research integrity. Is it not? So you can see they are mentoring and what? Training of others. How many people are you training? How many people are you mentoring? So if you are not mentoring and training others, you are already falling into research. So integrity can be defined as the trustworthiness of research due to soundness of his methods and the honesty and accuracy of his presentation. It is one thing to be to judge the presentation of. So you must be thoughtful and honest to adhere to the relevant ethical, disciplinary, financial standards in the promotion, design, conduct, evaluation, and sharing of research to have research integrity. The discipline is also involved there. Finance is involved. Trustworthiness in the soundness of your method. Sorry, I'm with that back. So what are the principles under research integrity? Research ethics and so look at the research integrity here. Honesty, reliability, use of robust research methodologies, impartiality and what? Independence, open communication, duty of care for participants. You move from issue of mandatory and obligatory to what we call supererogatory. Supererogatory. Now communicating and also it's mandating by doing this one. But this one, whether they say I should do it or not, I want to go further. For example, somebody comes to your center and he's going to maniac accident. It's not the center that made an accident. They don't bring all those for what of it is the drug or whatever. It's everything is okay. So you can leave the soul of the coming and naturally. But you attending the naming and the burial ceremony of such person that even assisting the family. It's not mandate, it's not obligatory, but it is super erogatory. So what do you take of that for your participants? Because they are part of it. Where we started from. They are part of it. Fairness. High standards of mentorship and supervision. Then number 9, let us read this together. Awareness of what? Responsibility to where? Society. That's the one that going to yourself because you are part of the society. That's integrity. toilet. We read that story. The student saw the supervisor, a professor, that the man will change figures. He will even change things and was getting grants. The grants he was getting, he was using to help the student. That's victimizing the system of victimizing society. That is the topic of that case study. Maybe we can even do it here. So that we look at it together. He even had elementary school where he even used some of the money for the grant to train students to be able to pass YF or Amoo. So the money was even getting, he wasn't using it for himself, not buying cars. It wasn't for the society. Meanwhile, he was fraudulently getting the money. So who do we victimize? It was the system or the victim? So everything for the society. You should know that you don't need to fraudulently do anything in your society. Because what in society is a vicious cycle. Where you start from to and turn it to. A woman being no longer going to do the right thing. Thank you for reminding me. Elsa.
I said like Robin Hood now.
So what is wrong way of doing the right thing? So what's the result of the research misconduct now? Researches that the days of practice commonly accepted in the discipline or in the academic. You don't look at that man now. His practice is accepted as in the discipline, in the academic, research communities, when you are proposing, performing, reviewing, reporting your research and creating different activities. So, when you violate that code of scholarly conduct and ethical behavior professional scientific research, you are now moving towards. So your research is no more responsible. When we start picking misconduct in it, the other way are you looking at me? Are you a researcher? So these are the common types: falsification, fabrication. I will say falsification will be better. Maybe you have falsified data, you have done something. Fabricate, you don't fabricate, you don't do it at all. You can see people can self-plagiarize themselves too. Where it is not only copying another person's result, you can self-plagiarize. Your own thing to plagiarize it. Bring it out as new. Meanwhile, it's not. Good? Let's look at this question now. Go to the practical. Who wants to read for us? Yes, this one has not got it. Not yet. I can bring it down.
Sorry.
And let us start this one.
Some case studies, let's point it why he's giving it so that I don't have to do it.
Okay. So who is reading this one for me? My other is not, so I have to obey what he says.
My student is about to submit a paper to a prestigious journal. It was his idea. Should I be included as an author on the paper because I am a supervisor?
Oh yeah, continue.
Yes, always. B. If the supervisor wrote a significant part of the text. C. Yes, if the supervisor provided the funding. D. No.
Don't wait for me. Continue to discuss that.
Since it's not that, everybody has
Okay, let's take it out perhaps 1, 2, 3, and maybe 4. Let's just try. Okay, you want to check. Okay, let's start with you.
Thank you very much.
One option that you talk about, then you sit down.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me, sir. Before you go on, somebody said there should be an E-pass.
And
E, as part of the option.
what will he be? What will he be?
Okay, if the supervisor has read
The final manuscript and agreed to it.
And the examiner is not there.
You know, have to ask questions so that I have to answer the problem.
For me, I will go with B. Yes.
Okay.
Believing that since he's saying a supervisor, that means all through the process of the work, that person has been involved in writing the something. That's the caveat that I'm supposed to work in. Okay. It doesn't need to be an author, it just funded. Just acknowledgement. Thank you.
Ma'am, so just talk to me now. Huh? Okay, somebody stated something here.
I'll go with A.
Okay.
Because his role as a supervisor means he has been supervising, checking, perhaps making corrections, and also contributing to the project, even if they didn't write anything.
Okay. Somebody else. Okay. You know, the governor is listening to all of these things.
Thank you, sir. I will go with A. Because the supervisor was part of the concept, the conceptual framework, right from the beginning, the supervisor. The students may have the idea, but because the supervisor is the one supervising the work right from the beginning, he would have contributed to the students' idea in the methodology and in different areas. And as the work was going on, the supervisor also contributed to the work. The final copy, the supervisor read, would have made input. So the supervisor is part of the work.
Okay. We have 2 A's, 1 B.
So for me, as in this is regarding the paper, not the research itself that the supervisor supervises. When you look at contributions in writing the paper, the supervisor should not be there.
Okay.
Because the conception, writing, editing, and then finally everyone approval like this.
It's not there.
I don't think that should be it.
Okay. So let's say that 2 A's, 2 A's and 1 B. Okay. Well, I go with B. Okay. Listen to because
there is nothing
in this that tells us that it is the same
dissertation that was supervised that is
also telling about the manuscript. Okay. What we have here is that my student is about to submit a paper to a prestigious journal. It was his idea. Should I be included as an author of the paper because I'm a supervisor? Because I am a supervisor. You don't even say because I am a supervisor. I am a supervisor of my students. You don't even say that I am a supervisor or supervisor. So I think if the supervisor is not part of the text of this particular, that's the only reason why they put it. 2B, 2 A's and 2E. Somebody.
I think that we did because the students are here. So, but I think vice always want their name to be there. But I really
So we have 2 A's, 2 B's, 2 B's, and then 1
What is the E?
that the E is if the supervisor read the manuscript, the final draft.
So what's the difference between your E and the B?
The thing that he wrote a significant part of the text, which most supervisors may not do.
Why are you saying so?
It's not unethical for any. How many students have you
Okay.
See, you have a professor who is a supervisor, right? So how many students' paper have you had the time to sit down and write the significant part of the text? That's 3/4.
That is it, that what of me. What of you like me?
You're
don't believe like a student that was asked to learn about my Lord Jesus. I said, who am I? To learn about my Lord. He said, I will learn about John the Baptist. The lecturer said, who am I that walk in man? Now Jesus to John the Baptist.
Is it
this is social.
Thank you. You don't be where the others are like this. But you don't be patient like this. So you don't write on my Lord Jesus and you wrote on John the Baptist. Who are you to write on Jesus? Who am I also to thank you, Oliver.
I had a particular experience once. There was we did a research and we had someone who agreed to supervise the research. So at the end of the day, when we started writing manuscripts, the person just told us, said, don't include my name in this manuscript. You can add me, you can acknowledge me. So what we started doing was, we were just adding the person's name as acknowledged as being someone who supervised the work. So being a supervisor that you read through a manuscript does not even mean that you have your name on it.
Okay, we're going to know by the time we go. So keep this, you will not go back to it. You will not know whether I'm the one that is wrong or you are the one that is wrong. You don't know this wrong.
Sorry, sir, at this point, I don't know. Since we just go for 5 or 10 minutes break, we can walk around, then you come back and it's not going to answer now, we're going to continue something in place.
We have a way that answer the break, we will now come and do that. So misconduct in publication. Who can explain to me the one, you have the first one here, deceptive authorship.
Okay. For deceptive authorship. In deceptive authorship, you can see someone that is not wasn't part of the work, wasn't part of the start work. He's not appearing as one of the authors. If you just meet the author, say just put my name there. So, but in doing so, you not contribute to the start work.
Is it related to this? When the supervisor be a deceptive author, if he is part of this, remember this question for discussion. So it's not asking you are the one that wants that at the end of the game. Yes, sir. So is it deceptive authorship or it is not?
To me,
Check it now. Look at it carefully.
I will say that since he wrote significant, it depends on the kind of research work.
These answers are not alternative to each other. The answers are saying yes always, that it should happen always. So if your own choice will not determine whether it is deceptive authorship.
Okay, from what
from this one that you saw.
it is deceptive authorship from what I.
Okay, it is deceptive authorship. Yes. So which one is now the answer to you now? So the answer should be no.
Yeah.
Okay. So note your answer. By the time we are finalizing, who wants to be a millionaire?
Good. I'm waiting.
So submission of papers with sections listed from other papers without acknowledgement. If you have done that before, say no. A submission of previously public data with minor alterations and no acknowledgement. I have not done that before. Say no. Lecturers submit papers with figures from students' dissertation without students' permission. You have done that before. Say no. Talk down.
Let me ask you. So if the lecturer submits maybe they submit the paper, but the students, let's say they understand the application, when the lecturer submits the paper, and then the student's name is part of the authorship, does it mean
Second or first or third?
second?
It's misconduct. But it's not that well. It's misconduct. But there's a very important. If in the world, I know it's very this is so. You are number two. You already number two. You listen to
There's somebody here. Number three.
Sir, who is the top?
Number three. This man.
Nobody is. We have two. And we have two. Okay. So what of keeping in the world? The lecturer is one that the one that brought out the concept. The lecturer is not that concept for students. So you need to address
another misconduct.
In a that the students only conducted that for physics sake.
No, you should encourage the students not to do that. No. In your work as supervisor school, I told you now that you are forced to go to school when you are primary school. So force them to go on. Even in this sort of mentorship thing, when you choose your mentor will be on your neck. You are saying it now, you tell your husband you now to come. He will tell you if he did not come. This will be because many of us, I can give an example of Oliver. Sometimes you will see not sleeping overnight just because the mentor did not allow you. So it's not something you will tell look, you can't do we are submitting this tomorrow. It's not bullying. It's an agreement. When my supervisor will tell you if you don't submit this like this, you can't graduate. So it's not an issue. And at the time I'm telling you this, I already have my PhD. When I was doing my master's in psychology, we will let you know. So don't you have to make sure the student does it. So that's the thing you are taking away from here. Yes? No, that's the next question.
I want to seek clarification if this is correct for what I believe and what we practice in my school. If it is undergraduate, it is permitted that supervisor can first supervisor. But for postgraduate, it is a rule that the student must be first author. I remember Professor in the last mentorship program, people met. It was not the one that said that's not even good. Even that's good. Because you encourage them. You are being encouraged by being here. So people are telling you what people that you are sitting on people's shoulders, you will see Father. What do I want to contribute?
This idea of a lecturer taking a student's work and being first. Look at it, is this sounding well? No, is this sounding well? No. Check some of our publications, you see some publications are published with students from the university. They come and stay with me. They are the first author. Because the people you are guiding them, whether it's first degree or whether it's second degree. If you are saying you are the first author, what it means is that BSc degree you gave it to that candidate. What you are saying to be the best author means that candidate did not do enough work to warrant the degree you are giving that candidate. And that what it means that the yes, from this company, you can't complete somebody for good work. You cannot say, God will leave the Nigeria alone. Let's leave the Nigeria inside this. Let's leave Nigeria. You know what we're talking about ethics and research. I say remove Nigeria completely out of it. Let's look at it that global best practice. A student is doing a thesis. It might be part of your grants, bigger grants. You just take a small component of it. But that component of it, that's where you discuss with the student. The student will clear out that this is what I want to do. Develop it. You will be guiding. And then you finish the work and you say because it's undergraduate, you be the best one. He's telling you are struggling with your students for publications. How can you be struggling with your students for first authorship? First authorship. You can't be struggling with your students.
People are calling them to move.
You're going to move. It's only in Nigeria I see a professor struggling with expensive for first position. It only happen in Nigeria.
Very common.
Very common. Please, as we are living here, let us learn it.
Yeah, sometimes it's anyway.
Let us just learn it. it's not something you start struggling for. The truth about it that if you are a senior person, you work very hard. Your mentors will. I can tell you this year alone, how many commitments do I have? Yeah, they are all mentees.
Oliver.
Yeah.
Lecturers write paper with data they write for student dissertation without students as co-author. That's what I mean. Now, let's look at authorship. An author should be named on the publication if he has made creative and significant intellectual contribution to the research. I've given their permission to be named as an author. Somebody mentioned it all the time. You mentioned it. Even though I've done all that, I must be as big as my name should be there. And I do that and say, no, my name should not be there. It's not unethical. But we have a case of somebody that went to publish it, actually impressing the supervisor. Let her put it in. You want to spread Oliver, he put Olivera. Olivera, Ezechi. But Oliver didn't know that his name is. I'm only citing that as an example, not Oliver. And then he was so happy. After publication, he ran to Oliver. See my publication. The first Oliver will see. Oliver said, my name is not there. So no, sir, your name is there. Okay, show me now. Olivera. I said, hey, look at that. You didn't say. We do some of those things. And you think, oh, the best. So Olivera put that such a source an article now. He says wicked. But is he Olivera? Can he use such an article? Yes. Microphone. Can he use such an article? Is his name Olivera? No.
It has happened before to some of my people in Israel that someone wrote and did not ask for permission, and the person wrote that is literally about the manuscript. Even though he was involved in the process, but he said he never read the final manuscript and he don't give permission for his name to be there. It became a serious issue.
About the case for okay.
Just to say that the number one here, I've made a creative as intellectual actually gives
a yes to your question, to the question we answered. Just that bit. Because going through a manuscript and making your correction.
Where is it showing now?
Yes, always. That the supervisor who has should the supervisor be included. So I would say yes always because of your.
The question is so straightforward. We are all teachers here. It's very tricky. He said, my students, and that's my top point. You see it in my top point here. This will be the top point I want to mention. This is where the answer lies. So let me go. Come and see the question. My students about to make a contribution to Jonah because this idea. Should I be included as an author because I am a supervisor? Because I am a supervisor.
Give my consent.
Because I am a supervisor. The reason why I need to be there is because one, I make significant greater contribution if I have, not because I am a supervisor. Two, if I didn't like, I'm not question. If I said something for you, it's a question. My question is, that one was because he didn't say that a supervisor did all this. That's what that question is saying. That not because I'm a supervisor, my name should be there. It's a different thing entirely.
So just to say, sorry to speak too much, but just to say that the national ethics on the city program, I think you're part of that. Yes, I can now understand the basis for the questions that were in that.
Don't worry, I agree with you. Because in ethics, we want you to think deeply. You don't have to just see something or there's something. And just say no. You know, there are many mindsets around that already, sometimes when you keep telling lies, it becomes real truth. A consistent lie will look like the truth. Consistent lie will look like the truth. Look at number 3 now to answer the question. Not to be named as an author solely on the basis of being the supervisor of the researcher student, undertaking the research, or the leader of the research group, or where a creative and non-leader commission has not been made to the research. So we have to unravel this before we know whether the supervisor should be named or not. That's why I said, don't rush in answering this question. It's loaded. It's a question for the whole presentation of ethics of publication. It's a question on the whole of this and that. Not be involved in solely in writing the publication alone, unless contributing to critically revising the word interpretation. So now if you choose number 2 here, if the scholar wrote a syllabus of the text, it's not even enough for him to be an author. So we look at can you imagine? I can allow that. So we think we are here, that's why I said let's back for Oliver. You might be seeing this on the surface, but you don't know the deep side of it. So we understand that some of these things are happening, not that the person is bad. Some people say we can't the paper. So why should we do that? These are the reasons why they happen. So some problematic areas in misconduct. In your planning, there could be misconduct. When you are writing the protocol, statistical plan. You will say you want to use test. You know that the student will use. Because you know, when you are doing a test, you say, it is certain to ask you, which one will give significant value? So let's use 0.001. That's also misconduct. You should have determined that in your plan. Then your ethics slash consent. How do you take consent? Then, authorship and responsibilities, you should decide early. In the protocol they write for us in our ethics committee, when you get to project team, Oliver Ezechi will tell us the role. You give us his qualification for that role. He is going to be the pedagogical clinician on this particular subject. He has MBBS, he is a consultant pediatrician. He must study. Then when you are writing it, tell us who actually conceived, who assisted, so that when you are doing authorship, it's even easy. Because when you have such problem in your institutions, it's the ethics committee that check what actually is wrong. They go back to what you submitted, to go and look at what you have written. That's why we say decide early. So actual authorship is equal to contribution, equal to what? Accountability. That's the reason that you don't put people's friends who are not accountable. They will tell you, I don't know what happens in that paper. My name was not there. So the two of you are in trouble. The one that gives the bribe and the one that takes the bribe. It's a crime, isn't it? To give and to not receive bribe. Then, other problematic areas include full or honest reporting. I will have shown some pictures where people doctor results, pictures of gel pictures. And you see it's the same. So it looks like it's so, and then you know we are not there. Are you honest when you are doing that? Then another disorder is in the area of publishing. Where do you publish first? Is it to the participant or to the Lancet or to plus one? To be to the participants first. Then you declare your interest, conflict of interest, and competing interest. There are two different things. You have competing interest in this case, or there is conflict. Let us know. Then, this is most important responsibility after publication. If anything arrives from that publication, I don't need to be held responsible. But you don't want to get promotion, and your promotion, God help you. Maybe we look at all your papers, and we now go and pick the one that we know you don't even know. We don't know, but we just pick at random, and we have to speak to it. You know it's possible. If it does happen. You'll be in the examiner will be fair to you by saying choose one paper that you think you understand better among all your papers. But so we just pick one at random, and might be the one that you guest author there, or guest author. And then you begin to talk, that man did not like me. Didn't like you how? It's your publication. Are you responsible for that publication that it has been published? So it will be dangerous. Other misconduct include suppression or non-publication because your findings are perceived to undermine the commercial, political, other interests of the sponsoring agency. So the people sponsoring you want you to make sure the vaccine is working, and you are saying that it's not working. Rather than not giving results, and rather than saying it's not working, You just sit on the result, just not out. Sitting down on the result of your research is unethical. Or maybe they support ideology goals or belief of the researcher. Or you failure to publish if they already the arm of a new drug. The drug is new and it should be arm. So you should make sure whatever you have, you publish. That's why we have a journal called Journal of Negative Results. Before. Thinking is a lie, the way we are saying it. We don't have to be serious before we are saying the truth. And you will laugh when I'm telling you the truth, so that you understand what the journal of negative and publish those negative results in that journal. So look at the slippery slope to research misconduct. It's a slippery slope. You don't know. So these are some lapses in your judgment that could lead to this slippery slope. Be vigilant against these common lapses, taking shortcuts. Lack of care in experimentation that might impact the producibility. Depending alone. Instead of 10 microliters, you are preparing 12 microliters, your result is not in tandem. And you'll be deceiving science. Yes, you are getting the result, but you are taking shortcuts. It's not what it's meant to be. It's a misconduct. Because the last matter, like I told you, is reproducibility. If I take down 10 microliters elsewhere, and I'm not getting your result, they will start doubting what you have published. Is that having problem here and there? So you should be taking cheating, increasing your resume. How many publications do you have? Because they will not ask you to list, you say 55. Because you are not going to list. It happened to me. So I was going to present several years ago, and my populations were pretty below 20 there. I met a friend. He was like, you cannot say your population is 20 here, you should multiply it by 2. I say, how? Therefore, when he was introducing me, he said the man has 45 for the publication. When I took the microphone, there's a mistake when I'm being introduced. My paper has not up to 45 years. Have I said the truth? Or have I suppressed lie? That is not total truth. The truth is not total. It's not just for 45, maybe it's 44 and a half. I should have told them it's 20. Like the example I usually give, when you are talking in ethics, make sure what you are saying is direct, it's short. So you don't cheat. A woman was coming with a father. 2 of them were coming through the customs in the airport. So you know there are some things you buy that you have to pay. You know, if there are too many, 3 pairs of you, they won't say anything. You will get it to 5. They will tell you no, you want to sell. So this woman saw this man and said, sir, please, I have some things that are being used on women. So please help me. So that you can keep it with you. You know, when you wear cassock, there's thousands under. So the man has a job collected from the woman. That's suppression of food, that's where I'm going though. You know, collected those instruments and put in his pocket. So when you go to the custom point, the custom man asks him, hello, Reverend, say yes. Hope you have nothing on you that you need to pay it. And I said, no. And I said, from here to here, I have nothing. But from here to here, I have instrument that is used on women. Is that the truth? Or a lie? Or a picture of lie? And the way you laugh, the custom man laughed and said, now you see where the issue is. Who is lying now? Nobody lies. Okay. But it is not truth. So that means he didn't tell the man. The man has his mind in another place. So how many of us we escape punishment because of that. You know, this answer is there, here, not there. We just keep in between. You say, so it's not true. Not up to 45. Is it 20? Is it 3? Is it 40? Is it 44 and a half? So, then beautification of images. It's a slippery slope or slippery. Not as if you're planning. Lack of appropriate control. You did that as well as you didn't put control. You didn't check the IC, the internal control. You just said as a result. Composite pictures. When you put images that are not clearly labeled, so that when you are looking at it, you will tell us it is A, it is B. You don't even know which one you are saying. Because you want to make sure that you see signs. If you have done that before, say, Then you omit outliers in your data. Statisticians do this for you so that they remove those ones that you don't fall in line. Down misconduct. Then image manipulation, splicing, cutting, or cropping images, removing those things that don't want to be there. They are just slippery slopes. When you keep doing it, you keep falling into the same thing. So, I'm moving over to the last slides. Check this for researchers when you are being responsible for research. They are all questions. Before conducting your research, you think of the legal, ethical, and regulatory requirements. When you use this for checklist. Whenever you are doing your research, check the legal, the ethical, and the regulatory. So if you are working with women who sell sex, are there other legal control in Nigeria? Are we allowed to sell sex in this country? You are a researcher, we should be able to answer that too. You know, there are also men who sell sex too. Selling of sex, is it allowed? I think a lot of men goes to prostitutes alone. We don't call them prostitutes again. Those ones, we call them basic women who sell sex. Not as if they are prostitutes. They are brothel-based. You can go and meet them there. But people who sell sex are many. There are many of them on the other junction there. Is it not true? Sometimes some women sell sex to their husband too. You say before you do it, you must buy me and so you have to spend on the that money. So they don't prioritize. There's no condition attached. We have been told that during that time you should not even ask any question from the man. But the man will give you a direct answer. Will you buy me cheap? Yes. Will you buy me don't fall into that category. So, number one, the first thing you ask yourself when you are doing research is, does the proposed research address pertinent questions, and is it designed either to have existing knowledge about the subject in question or to develop methods for research to it? If your answer is not yet here, then don't do that. It will be unethical. You remember what makes research ethical? This is like value to the society. Number two, is your research design appropriate for the question being asked? Will you have access to all necessary skills and resources to conduct the research? Don't come and tell me and give me reasons why this cannot be done in Nigeria. Let the researcher check before you start writing it. How can you be conducting research among students when they will build knowledge? And you come and tell me, oh, they will build knowledge. Then why are you asking you get them in school to the knowledge? Have you conducted a risk assessment to determine whether there are any ethical issues and the need to subject your thought to ethics review? Your thoughts will be subjected to ethics review. What level of regulatory requirements govern the research? Will your research comply with all the legal and ethical requirements and other applicable guidelines? Will your research comply with all the requirements of legislation? and good practice ready to help and safety. As a result, undergo necessary ethics review, especially when it involves animals, human particles, and human material of personal data. Check your proposal with all this. Will your research comply with any monitoring and audit requirements? Are you in compliance with any contract and financial guidelines related to the project? That's from the sponsor. Are you with an agreement related to intellectual property, publication and authorship? How many of us think of the writing proposal? Agreement on we will finish. Somebody called me and said, right now we should be talking about clinical trial agreement. There are many sponsors when you do research already don't allow you to touch the data. When we are not thinking of this. Any agreement on intellectual property, publication and authorship? What of agreement of collaboration? Oh, I'm collaborating with NIMA. Who is coming first out of the two of us? I think the report doesn't mean that you are contributing more than you. You will soon see that we are going to do some case studies here. And the one that called you doesn't make me your boss. You will even be my boss after I've called you. It depends on what I contribute and what you contribute. I look at this man, no, I'm the one that called him. He's not holding my hand. That doesn't apply in science. Have you been on the roles of researchers and they are involved in the management and supervision of the research? Have all companies of related to the research been identified, declared, and addressed? Are you aware of the guidance from all applicable organizations of misconduct in research? Have you read their guidance? So that when you are doing this work, you don't fall into any of the problem. That is pretty good. During the research, are you following the agreed research design for the project? Some of us, when we give our proposal to ethics committee to review, we will not go back to the original one. Rather than bring the revised one, we will bring the wrong thing that we wrote ab initio. What you have is the one that has been reviewed. Has any change to the agreed research design been reviewed and approved if applicable? Are you following best practice for the collection, storage, and management of your data? Are the agreed research for the practical being fulfilled? What you wrote? Is it being fulfilled? Is your research compliant with any monitoring and audit requirements? So when you are conducting your research, ask yourself all these questions. And the answers are yes. You are moving on well. When you finish your research, so there is pre, before, during, and this is after you have finished your research. With your research and is finally reported accurately, ask yourself, and within a reasonable time frame, not 2020, you now report to 2025. We will not continue to the research be acknowledged. Everyone that contributed, we will remember to mention their names. And you are given any intellectual property population doesn't be complied with when you are reporting. We decided that it is secure and acceptable for the required information. Your research data for how long should it be? How many years? Is it 3 for 5 or 5 for 10? Amoo, which one is correct? Okay, when was the teacher here? Student results for how many years? 10 years. So what of your data? What did the code say? The code of conduct of research ethics in Nigeria. So let that be an assignment for you. So go and check it. How many years should you keep the raw data of your work? Will your research comply with all legal, ethical, and contractual agreements? And this is the code. So, we want to say these are the factors sustaining unethical practice. Ignorance of all parties, research participants and government. Poverty make researchers cut corners. Corruption of officials. And then lack of competent ethicists to review research protocol. Do you agree with it? So we are making you one if you want to be. These are the factors that is making unethical practice continue. Are there still unethical practices around? Yes, 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 and yes. So, some of them is this: not seeking informed consent from study participants, asking research results of people for research, conducting research without ethics approval. If you have done that before, say no. Without ethics approval. If you have not done that before, say no. Then look at the last one. Conducting research that is not for benefit to study participants. How many of us are falling into this? At this point, I want to say thank you for listening to this presentation. If you have questions, you don't begin to have your question. And now to do our group work. So,
Question? Let us take numbers so that 1, 2, 3. Just 3? Okay. Let me start.
My question is, the other time you made mention about people writing us and paying differently when the project is approved. But I do know that in some NGOs, this is common among NGOs, when they are writing a project, maybe for instance, they put 300,000 for this position. But they discuss with their staff because we are not sure that we'll be getting projects all the time. And we still want to allow our staff to be able to take some things for a short time. They call it sustainability plan. They say we are putting 200,000, we are putting 100,000 in. So in case the project that will end maybe 5 years, we can still keep it for another 2 years before we say we wind up or go. How ethical is this? That's my question. No, number 2. The other time we talked about missing data. I want to ask, what is the standard of missing data in research that will follow ethical principles? Missing data out. Yes, sir. For instance, you collected data, you see that some people did not write their age. Put state for them or so. Some people will be putting value for it. Some they are saying that if for that particular person, the data that is so many participants totally, but if it's 1, 2 or 3. So I want to ask what standard of treating participants when the analysis that has data that is missed. Now, my question is in many of our facilities now, take for instance, I'm a nurse. Maybe I'm a pediatric nurse. I want to do a study that has to do with pediatric nursing practice. And I wrote to the ethical teaching hospital to. Many of them, the practice is saying you should go to the head of department that you have to sign the form. But some of the department will insist that before I resign, they are not going to say you ask them to write that before I must give the consent to me that any output that is coming from this study, my name should be on the paper. That's what many of them do. And even so, I've had cases of some people that have to move their study to another hospital because of things like that. How they tell that my questions. From your training today, what's your answer to that straight? My answer is really it's unethical. Yes, sir. I'm also saying the same thing. But let you know, I will not put a caveat on it. If you're coming to me to do a work, and I'm going to work with you, and you cannot have access to that particular thing you need, except me. Let me say I'm a microbiologist, you are gastroenterologist, so I don't want to be taking the sample from you. Why am I taking sample from you? When you that is the gastroenterologist is also interested in that research, why can't you collaborate? Yes, I agree with you. So you going there to be ready to do what? Collaborate. Again, that's it. That's number 1. Number 2, it is what we call community entrance. What is wrong with the medical there is me saying put my name there and I'm not doing anything. You remember that slide? So that no, they shouldn't do that. That's why I said that also. Those that I need to clear it.
So people say, no, why should you allow to participate? They don't come to our community. I don't really understand it. It's not as if as a pediatric nurse, you are going to take that sample from from the patient. Then you can take it. But they will see this. I'm using questionnaire. They are my patients. Okay. But for cases of questionnaire, something on that basis. Well, when you were writing your research to get this committee, did you contact them? That is what you want to do. I mean, in that particular department, did you go there before you submit that proposal?
I didn't get you the question.
That's the question I'm asking. It's very straightforward. I said, you want to submit proposal to ethics committee. Yes, sir. You know that you need to do community partnership before you go and submit your research. When you are going to do your research, do partnership before you go write a proposal. That's also unethical. No. If you go there to talk to them before you submit that proposal, they won't be giving you this document they are giving you. They won't. You have go there before you write a proposal at all that I want to do this work, and they will tell you the norms and the things you need to do. They won't be advised.
No, what I'm saying is this. Even when you go to them before you submit the proposal, they will still give you this condition.
Not very clear. Those are the conditions. Must that community must.
It is not a must,
in the old sir, you see, we are not saying what they are doing is correct. Don't get me wrong here. It is wrong. I look at me. But you too, you have your own side of it. You will need to enter your community before you work in that community. True of us. Nama gives you approval. That's Nama ethics committee. And you are going to come to the Department of Pediatrics in youth. Does the approval cover youth? No, that's permission. They need to give you permission to enter that pediatrics unit in youth. So whoever is there is the gatekeeper that you need to talk to before you get there. I know where you are going to the Washington will be part of it. That one I've said is unethical. But you too, when you go there and that's what they give as a position, you sit down with them, you know what to do. Is this person an expertise? All of our names will be there, you know this is not true. It's not correct. So but don't think that I will not say they are wrong. They can't be wrong 100%. It's a logic. The second one, missing data. I don't really understand because I know what people do. They say they clean up, they clean. We are going to talk about ethics of cleaning of data. I don't know whether you need to clean data. But politicians will tell you that doing that sometimes will not be unethical to them. But I don't see how, because when you clean things, I'm sure you are the one that determines, because I can ask, who determines bad news? Who determines bad news? The area of the giver. So that cleaning of data is to be unethical. I'm the one that gave my data. Where are you cleaning it? Which one do you know is correct out of the data you are cleaning? So if it is true, it is part of the world, it is the giver that determines bad news, which is wrong. I will say that person is taking the data now. She wants to do exam. She did maybe when I tell her, thank God, they're helping my house at that. They also know. Because they don't know. Then she will ask and say, to tell somebody the husband is dead and he wants to help his hand to go. I won't tell her till she finish. You don't know that maybe you tell her that she make it. She will thank God. You didn't know. I'm telling you the truth. Because you are determining for the person. It is the year that you determine my news is bad, not you that wants to give the news. In the same way, if you are cleaning my data, are you sure the one you are cleaning up is not the right one? Well, I know Ezechi will take me up on this. That's not. It was your first question.
It's on sustainability plan.
Yes. The issue is this. You have lied to the sponsorship agency. You don't look at it from that angle. Yes, we can agree within ourselves. Then we should also know that the money you are asking for is enough for that message. So if it's giving an agreement in that same environment, because you are being hired and they want to sustain you. So why not? But the agencies, are they happy with what you are doing? the agencies will collect money from. So what you can do is 3 people out of this, you have 300,000 for 3 people. Is it not? Instead of actually taking 3 people, you know you can still pay 50,000 and you need to spend the 200,000 or spread it. I don't know whether you understand me. So you talk about service, not the number of persons. This man is not happy with me.
No, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, you are trying to understand. A service, if everybody do this right up, you'll be giving 300,000. And instead of employing 1 person to be, you employ 6 to be 50,000. Does it make sense now?
Yes, it makes sense. But I don't know. In some grants, you need to specify the number of personnel. I don't know.
Yes, it's possible. They belong to the number of personnel. So at that point, if you're able to say 1 and you employ 6, and there are 3 of the 200,000 there, how do you do it? Without only 1 person saying because of 100,000 for me, who among them will take the 200,000? Still, it's still possible. Does it make sense? He's not shaking his head. It's the other person shaking his head. The man is still looking at me. Anyway, let's go to our groups. Okay. Number 2. Number 2. I'll be listening. Okay. Okay.
When you have that, I have a case in point. We can go back to the former and discuss. I currently have a grant that we can attach integrating HIV. Integrating have attention care into HIV group across 30 places in Lagos. And in the funding, what we planned before is to use the nurses and the PSs to do the work. What Lagos State is saying now, we cannot wait on work.
Wow.
Because they want sustainability. They don't want to finish, you go, and then the program dies. The same thing you are doing, you should integrate into the facility. Yeah, and also realize, because we are working with power healthcare conception, we are working with them. We now also realize that those nurses in places are very busy. They have several competing needs. So they don't even have time
to even do your own.
Initially, the number of nurses we were supposed to hire was 2. And because of that, we then decided, okay, to get 1 nurses, project nurses, in each of those places. Because we are enrolling facilities in clusters every 6 months. So we decided that we need to get 1 nurse at least for the public places. But still within the budget we have to go back to the border and say, these are challenges, this is what we want to do. We want to use this money invested to get more number of nurses.
They're not increasing their approved.
All right. So you can go back. The funders want to, what they don't want you to do is that they want to increase their budget. But they want you to do the work very well and succeed. So they go back to them and say, this is what I have to do. But I also have to agree with the nurses. When I engage them, I said 2 things. We may not be able to have, we are likely to have, we won't be able to have cost extension, but we can have no cost extension. What it means is that the period when you come, you will see within budget, but I won't be funded. So what do? You want to chop your money finish now, or you spread it to the end. All of them except 2 said they want their money now. But other one say, please spread it. Their money, because what you are paying them is more higher than what we pay at the average person. So to them they say, spread it to ensure that throughout the period of time it covers. I asked the other 2, this job is not compulsory. That is, because I know Nigeria, if you pay that person and suddenly you say there's no money to pay, the person either pay truancy or the person disappears. So we agree with them. we all agree that is the amount of going to do. And you spread to in case you have no cost extension. When there's no cost extension, you use this at the party, thank you. At the close-up meeting, you say thank you very much. And then, I think all is all about transparency, openness, and discussion with your conduct.
Okay, thank you. Your question, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. My question is on the issue of authorship. You know, you are supervising maybe an undergraduate project, and some of those students, some of them are not even interested in the project. It's just for them to, as a requirement, for them to just graduate. And now I just got to know now that you cannot take the position of first authorship because it's a project you supervised. Is there a possibility for you to negotiate or go into agreement with the students for you to become first author and let them become maybe the next author? Because in promotion, they'll tell you you need to become first authorship in certain number of publications, and that is really affecting why most of us take the first authorship and our students take second authorship. Like for professors, they might not have problems because they feel they are already at the bar, so they will like to choose maybe the last, they don't mind. But for us that we are growing up as any careers, what are we going to do? Then secondly, during my master's degree, I got my idea, I did all the experimental work, wrote the manuscript, but it was vetted by my supervisor, but she's the first author, she's the corresponding author for 3 of my publications.
I support that for my PhD.
Should I sue her?
I support that for even from a co-supervisor. Only by the way, from a co-supervisor, not even the main supervisor.
Okay, so let me ask you.
But it's good to forgive. But now it's PhD, you don't know masters.
Okay, so he's spending bags and he's threatening to sue.
Now,
So how do you communicate with
that's what I'm going.
5 years after.
Yes, now,
So the same student they are doing that.
that for other things.
You make me decide because I don't know the
Which are good things.
No,
I don't know what the concept I've told people I'm sorry to tell you. Now the truth. As you are studying students, they don't also be developing manuscript. That's the way you can avoid it, what they are saying. Because by the time you get to them with friends, after being on strike for 9 months, they want to go. Why, when you are doing with them? But some other.
If I can ask a question here quickly. Do students do project or research undergraduates? Is it project they do? Project has a start point and then, so what you publish, is it as a research or project?
Here's what I'm saying. Prof is here. Possibility is here. Please, can we go on possibility? He's a very senior person. I think for time and come for students to produce those projects. About here. Oh, the letters, the letters.
but I've now added my eyes.
Now that they realize that those projects will produce waste away in the shelves. Some universities, like the university I know, students don't write projects, the manuscript they produce. They're not interested in that. When they do their project, what they're going to end up with, they're going to submit the manuscript. Is there a way that can be done so that this issue of students are finished, students are gone, should I become a first or second author? You who are here, all of you will soon become deans and HODs and senior members. I think it's time now to start changing from that manuscript project. They go to your library, they are all filled and non-declined. Start moving to manuscript production. I think I'm trying.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
From what he said, you can agree. But let me let you know, there's what we call asymmetrical relationship between the supervisor and the student. there is subtle influence. Your student cannot say no to you. That's why we don't agree that you can agree on publication when it involves you and your student. See my answer? Yes. Me and you can be, and we are bad. I'll tell you, let's agree on the first paper will be first. So I'll be looking at you at the face, but can I look at the DG at the face? Tell me, how many students will go to say, no sir, you can't be. They don't know how many teachers will tend to fail them. You are not going to do you think that like that. So that's why we don't agree on agreement between you and your student. Does it make sense now? But in population we can have agreements. Does it make sense? Thank you very much. So let's go to your question. What we go to you have to ask.
So it's about ethical approval. So you've been running a program in the state like an international program, and you've been having data, and you publish this data. Where do you get ethical? Do you use ethical approval? How does it work?
You're running a program.
Yes.
A program.
Yes.
Good. Now, before you go into the program, you have to thought of publishing after that work. You don't think of it. You remember some of my questions. One of them is, do you think of what you are going to do after the research?
It's like it's work. That is what you do every day. So there was no.
Please, what advice is this? Now it means even eating at home. You could have a proposal thinking that you might publish the result of how many meetings I want to eat. Think ahead and submit, then you can publish. If not,
thank you.
Sir, does that mean you cannot do retrospective?
no. Don't teach me. I don't know. You can do retrospective. So that's what she's describing. Stop your approval. That's what she's saying. Retrospective approval. And she said she wants to publish for that. She didn't say she wants to write a proposal on it. She will write a proposal, get approval for those data to use. No, she said that's fine. That's not her question. So you listen to her question.
I have data I want to publish.
All right. I will not go and write a proposal on it. Give us literature review, your rationale, your objective, the method you are going to use to check the data, statistical analysis, ethical consideration. Even from that, you have been still ethical consideration. You didn't take their own consent, so why did it at that particular? That doesn't mean that you should take their consent at that time. So the ethics committee will now look at the veracity and disapprove.
One of the issue of a lot of available databases that are on the internet, where you can extract data and actually write on what you have extracted.
You have to get that over before you start doing that. You can't publish it without ethics approval. You want to publish, they will ask you at the point of publication for God's sake. Good. Shall we go to our notes? Yes. You have 2 assignments. There is one on case of Rose investigation. Put yourself in the position of Rose. And answer the question. Go to your groups now. Don't sit down where you are sitting in your groups. I want you to discuss together. You can't back yourself and say you are your group. Throw your chair to each other and you are the same group. Would you know?
So this one we have been analysis of the case of
Sorry, can you come again? Repeat what you said.
And I think in Nigeria now, we have one agency for data. And they were not even
Let's move to the second one. Can we move to the second one? Hello, can we move to the second one, please? Can we move to the second one? Can we move to the second one, please? Please. And the second one, 10 minutes for the second one. Hello, 10 minutes for the second one. We are stopping at 12:53. Second one, we're not at 53. We are stopping at 12:53.
You have to be part of the right talk.
You want to do the 5 cases?
No, what?
One to three. So one was three. This is one to three.
Make sure you do number one, no matter.
Cases 1 to 3. One is a must. And no, you are still on this. We are talking about you. And this is 1 to 3. And it's a must. You need to pay so long as it. You know, we do the same thing. We wait for it. If they say something to our grants on 12 midnight on Thursday, they will wait for it. So 12:53, we are talking. Hello, this is not an exam. It's for you to read the case and then learn from them.
So, and she's the researcher. It's like the research, but there are not actually she attended most of the church meetings and make use of suggestions. Yeah, actually. Yeah, so but if you look at all the questions, David is always wrong. David is with and it's just one of the and when you don't I know Carol was the first draft of the
How many questions have we given to the publication ethics? Number 3.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
For the publication ethics, the question 1, our group, we agreed that the answer will be D. That is Carol and Peter.
What's the logic for that?
All right. Looking at the case studies, the authors are basically on the publication, not on the research work. And we critically looked at it and we discovered that.
So your answer is Carol and Peter?
Yes, because
so who is Carol?
Carol is the one that supervised the project throughout the 2 years of the study and was closely involved throughout. She wrote the complete first draft of the paper, reported the report of the study.
Who is Peter?
All right, Peter played a major role in the research. He getting the questionnaires printed, he distributed them, he entered the data, he performed some basic quantitative data analysis. Then later on, he also helped to transcribe many of the open comments on the questionnaire to a single file that could be used in conjunction with a qualitative analysis package.
Thank you. That's the logic why they choose D. Is it D?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Which other group?
How to different answer? Logically.
We pick option F, that's Carol and Han. The reason being that Carol supervised the project throughout the 2 years. She was closely involved throughout. She wrote the complete first draft of the paper and she also reported the results. Han is the owner of the research grants. She designed the research, so she has the concept. And even when she was busy, she attended the monthly research planning meeting, and she also made useful suggestions.
And I ask, why is Peter?
Now I want to go to Peter now. Peter acted.
Carol is number 1 for you,
Yes.
and Anne is number 2.
Yes. Peter acted like a research assistant or statistician that was paid to him because the statement said Peter worked part-time for the team for the whole 2 years to support his study as an undergraduate in the psychology department.
So we have to answer T and F.
And they supported the reason why here. What's your answer here? Hey,
So my answers are completed. Yes. So we have how many people here? All of them. Okay. Different Carol, different Anne. No, different Carol and Anne. Different David and Peter.
Okay.
They divided Anne and Carol now, so different David and Peter.
Alright, so defend Peter because we think that he played a significant role in terms of carrying out the activities on the project, and he also did the basic quantitative data analysis, though he was directed, believed by Carol, to do it. So we believe that it is project as an undergraduate student. To support his it's not his project. We thought it was
you see, one of the things you have done here always is you are reading, whenever you are reading anything, reading between the lines. Don't ask me whether, nobody told us that Peter was doing any project there. Good. So Peter is key.
Okay, so
Peter
Peter
is not there. But this is part of the answer. Collect my promotion from that room. Let's have a misconduct. So what do you do? Don't let it get it here.
Yeah, for and we are, yes, sir.
Defend David only. Defend only David in Dr. A.
Only David.
And defend only David. They defended Carol, they defended Anne. We have cut off the neck of Peter. You have that one. And now let's look at why David is.
Okay, David is part of, should be part of the authorship because he's the big guy. He was in the initial draft of the proposal, and it's possible that without him, they wouldn't have gotten that plan. And they said that it was through his measure of job satisfaction. That now, his measure of job satisfaction was the central skill used in the study. Yes, he's a big guy there. So that's why I feel it's the part of the author. So as the last
let me go to the former slide. I will flash go to the former one on the responsible product of research. And let us see the criteria. So now we have, are you raising your hand for something?
Yes, sir.
On this question? Yes.
You see, when you can or not at office, to list your research assistant on list of photos.
who plays the part for like
Like that, is unethical.
Research assistant.
Yes.
Very, very unethical. And at least note it, I will now defend it logically. So I want to see that my slide on my phone. This one and then okay. You should not have to the answer. The answer there. The answer. There are people of E. You will do. My God. My God. So that answer is personal.
I did put your bag on the floor.
You want to change your mind? It is still me. Okay, the answer, now the question is this: why is David not qualified? So that's what I want to ask. You see why people are not qualified, and that's why I will not list my research assistants. Because they have been paid for what they do. If you read it very well, we learn that Peter was paid to support his work, and he worked part-time. They even specify 10 hours per week. So again, it shows that. So anytime you are doing the work and you are being paid for it, you can't be annoyed that you are not being paid as a lot. I've seen a colleague that has a molecular laboratory outside. This is a real case. So master students want to work there, and you will charge them all the money for samples, reagents, and everything, and wants to be part of that study. I don't allow that. You cannot be listed. You either decide to support. Which support are you not giving? You say your lab, which you have charged for. What are we talking about?
Sorry, sir. If you're doing it for free, let me also ask you, if the person from scenario you created, you are going to buy, you're not getting paid, I want to use my lab, so I want to do it.
What space are we using for it?
Like using the instrument in the lab.
Which equipment?
Let me take for instance, there are sequencing.
So what of us? What are you contributing also that we have not contributed?
No, I'm talking about getting some, so that.
I got it now. No, because they're coming to our lab.
Sir, what the thing is, if it's like,
I'm going to do the analysis, the best analysis, for you to account. All we are doing is that we are buying the agents together, whatever it is.
You can't do it for us. We have to go and work there. It's even unethical for you to be doing it for us. So people call people to write up their situation they do for them. It's not proper.
No. You're not getting it.
What analysis are you doing?
What am I doing?
Look, you have to be part of that work.
Yes.
You have to participate fully.
Yes. That is so important.
No. If we are going to buy and we are going to buy the primers, you should participate because it's only your equipment. About you, David doesn't get this equipment. Why is it qualified? Not qualified. You see, we have to look at this very well. We are looking at things. There are some things you need to give normally because of your position. You are looking at it because it's your nature. You get me forward, go to the thing to collect some, you are part of it. Now we doing that. Even if you have grant, I told them yesterday, grant is not meant for you, it's meant to be used on others. Grant is not your money, it's meant to be spent on others. Go and check. This is somebody's grant you are using to be trained here. Are you going of the glory that is being used for you here? So why are you not claiming grant is yours? Because it's your white grant. Which grant is yours? You the name is basic grant. Take for it very well. Most of the time we don't take this thing. We just feel, oh, this people is rich. So take it. Eventually, you should provide that support. Peter was paid. Carol supervised everything. And you conceptualize and pastor. Yes. I know you did it.
Let's say Peter refused to pay
yes, if you know if you refuse to be paid in cash, it will also review.
Yes.
I'm asking you the question. Peter is Gabedani. Peter is Gabedani. Is not. Anyway, let us agree that Peter has this. He will read and be part of it and not collect money. Good. You are correct. If that is, you have changed the scenario now completely. Any other one?
Example is let's say it's not for maybe 10,000 naira, and the person decides to maybe subsidize to 4,000 naira because he wants to support the research. Such a person can it be included in the authorship?
Anyway, you see, if somebody comes in there, that means he has spent 5,000, and you have also spent 4,000. From the beginning, it will be part of the work. Yes. Four of us supposed to do a work, and the money is 40,000 naira, and I continue 10, you continue 30, depending on what we are doing. We are part of the same work. It is the instance of what you said that makes you look and see because it does it as a subsidy. Oliver is just coming now.
I just want to throw this show. Devil's advocate. Does contribution of money qualify for authorship, or is it intellectual contribution? I think that's what we need to understand. That's where I normally draw the line. When I'm doing authorship, I will look at it from it's intellectual content. Otherwise, basically, like the case will be in other publication. By now, you will have over 1 million publication. Because you're doing more. So I think is the intellectual. If you always take it from that point, you will not miss it.
That's why we extended the case of Peter. I mean, even if he does that, he must still read the manuscript. So we are dead beyond that. Okay, let's go to number 2 before I go. Number 2. Have you done number 2?
Thank you very much, sir. But in reality, does this work out? You are going for and said you are going for now. So a junior person has all his publications and the one professor gets over. I will work on this thing. It's my data, it's my work that used to do this. How do people respond? There are people who respond to meetings the way you have done it here outside.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much. What I said is that we should share this and be sure that when we're in some position, we should know the right thing to say. I appreciate that. Now, the question is this. Question 2. Who should qualify for authorship among the two of them? Geoffrey or possible? Logic now. Logic now. Who wants to read it out for us? Oliver just read the fact that contribution of money does not mean.
Read that out. I want to read out.
John case 22. John's work on neural networks has been difficult to conduct, but with the help of Kadiri, promises to be a very important piece of research. The only issue confronting them is who should have first opportunity on the paper. Both are both enormous and they both believe equal contributions to the work. However, John has committed substantial resources for his department in the form of secretarial support and some funding for the research that Gregory's less well-known department could not in any way match. John's head of department and Gregory's head of department have been asked for advice, and both firmly agree that in these circumstances, it is right that John should be first author. And
Who is not your first author?
is it John? Yes.
Yes. Somebody wants to make contribution. Yes.
It's John because John is the owner of that concept. Gregory only help of Gary on what to do.
But did you read it between the lines? So read it between the lines very well. There's something easy there when you say yes.
So the what you usually said is super. That's what we did. He went beyond. Both of them did the same thing.
That's the
Just went a step further by supporting it with all the other things.
Oliver just said supporting with all things should not be part of it.
Yeah, but they were at the same level.
So who should not be possible? Okay, this side is John. Let's hear nobody has said Geoffrey. There is a clause that makes there is a law that the work would have been possible without judging. Let Geoffrey. Yeah, without impossible without credit because he's the one that actually removed that mind. So I think from background of we should be careful about funding something that Gregory. Okay, because the next question is around. The answer is neither of them. So the two of them are first authors. So and there are cases where they are not thinking. That is not two people can report. But the listening will be from the two of them are first authors. At this point I want to say thank you.
Case study and we can make the following. So can somebody summarize the case for us? You know, when we are in secondary school, they used to teach questions and then they move to summary. I think they removed it completely now. And how do they do the summary again? When they are not teaching it.
So the summary is that a PI from the UK has the process I got to Nigeria and lecturer one goes for me. She gets the sample and everything and ships it back to the UK and then she gets some months later she gets a beautiful email and one of the paper of which she's one of the number 20th she never. So the question now, and the point is because she wasn't. Yeah, it's getting long. We are finished.
I want someone somebody who supervise in one or two parts. No matter what you do, in all your long grants you write, there's going to there's something. You should be able to summarize what you've done. If it's less than 500 words, it might even be 20 pages to summarize. So you have to explain that.
So the case is about a lecturer in Nigeria who got the opportunity to work with.
In Nigeria?
So she gets the opportunity to work with this funded international study from UK. And then it seems she didn't know the in-depth of the work, but she was made to collect samples from here. And then there was going to be a training on data analysis, which she was using for. So in the end, she received a paper that she wasn't aware, she didn't know that the work had been published.
Thank you. A better one, a shorter one.
Yes.
Address the key issues that you can discuss.
Okay, so Rose, an upcoming investigator, became excited with conducting a research with some foreigners. And without understanding the idea of research, she thought she was going to be fully integrated and major research topic.
It's getting longer and longer. Yes.
Once a young lecturer gets into a research without a written agreement with how the research should be conducted, she participated by collecting the data and sent it abroad. Later, she received an email talking about, as in showing that publication has taken place. I wasn't looking at it.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to emphasize is that you can have 20-page document, but you have to look at what is important. So let's look at this summary. It could be shorter. Rose, a young researcher, is the protagonist in the case. She participated in international research which involved correction pattern to assess blood pressure and lipid profile. The study was successfully completed with a conclusion that included Rose as a group. Like just look at simple. Somebody else could do this more about with the mother key word there. We should learn to summarize and break out the key silent features. So let's take them one after the other. So let's look at question one is what? So let's look at the evidence of vulnerability. The first one is what? Lack of clarity on her role in the research. That makes her what? Her role was not clear. So she can't even actually demand for anything. Because her role was not clear. True of course. That makes her very well. So when you are working on international partner and your roles are not there, they just used to pay you money and then move. You cannot even claim anything because it was not clear from the beginning. Second one, investigator did not provide feedback to study participants. That's evidence of vulnerability. You met that community was very, very. Imagine you finish a study in my village and find out that women from my village are associated with high rate of divorce. And you publish it in one international journal. And it's not there that women from Umunze divorce, 90% of them will divorce within 5 years of marriage. What do you think will happen to my daughter? Mothers like Osolasu will want their son. Even their son was a mommy. Meet my dear friend is from home. Even I don't know how to believe that. So such a so should be discussed with that community before you do what? Before you select it. In publishing our results, if the name of that town is not very important, you know, if you just say a town in southeastern Nigeria, southern Nigeria, you know, that protects that community. But the import of what you publish is what? Still there. Remember what happened to HIV in Nigeria? When the first surveillance was done, and Benue State was announced and paused. Up till now, that stigma is what? Still there. But subsequent, because Nigeria one land contract. But subsequent surveys now, you know, they report them by zone and not by the states of town. Next one, the process of dissemination of finding did not follow what? So what are the best practices when you want to disseminate the results? Who will share with us? What are the best practices?
What we learned today is that preferably you first inform the community as a feedback to the community before you now do the general public or
yes. None of us always think that what to do, lesson conference and then publication. No. The community should what? First. No. Actually, you should engage the community before you start your work. There's the current work we are doing, summer project. We completed the first phase. We are going back to the Abuja. We are going to invite all the stakeholders. I say this is their finding for the first one. They give us feedback and resources. That will feed into the next round of that study, and also will feed into our publication. Transfer of product of the Salgujan boards. How many of us have had a material transfer agreement for the first time? Even MCA is not only where you're transferring samples abroad. Even when you're transferring samples from one lab to the other, from one institution to the other, you also need what? The essence, if you don't do that and that sample leaves your lab, you've lost control. If there's a pattern of that samples, what happens? You can't claim that that sample came from your lab. Or it's your way. You own the samples. So let's all learn here. If you are moving sample, even if I request you to move sample to me from your institution to them, you need to have an identity.
Question, sir.
Yes.
Sir, those material, does it also involve like simple measurements?
Simple.
Whoever comes and take data on behalf of maybe an international consortium, not suppose in terms of not sector, but simple data, like social demographic, some other information.
How do you reach that data?
The institution, the local institution.
Yes, it's you that owns it.
So they have having to do the material.
Data is money.
Yes.
Data is a huge money. You have to have a negotiation.
Okay.
Since it's not sample, you might discuss completely before you transfer to sample.
Okay.
The data is out. But the sample of any, whether it's blood, urine, hair, or anything, there must be a material transfer.
I want to ask, like, when I was coming back after doing my work, I came back with some vectors, and one
How
of
did you carry it? Put it in your bag. You know those things are not. You can go to jail now. It's you are carrying what the biological. And Nigerian people do that a lot. People carry samples in their bags. There's a way to transport samples.
so
All of us have done things in the past that will be out of it now. Now, Just like on the work of you say, if you've done it before, all your sins are now on the air no more, sin no more. Now you know. Now you know.
But when I was giving those samples, the person that made the method, we had to sign an agreement. And now people are asking me, can I really give it to them?
You can't. Okay, that agreement you said, do you have the person agree that you can share with other people?
I think one of the things
do you read is what you sign?
Yes, sir. I remember he said he would be
when you go back,
acknowledged.
read it very well. You do like insurance paper. There's always one tiny fourth page you might not be able to read. So when you person say, I'm really giving a person, you must do what? You can't take that glory and say it's yours. It's not. You must acknowledge that was because that's what you are doing. Did he say, did the agreement say you can freely give it up?
It must be acknowledged.
Are you sure the way I agree to acknowledge the person? You have to also agree that person, agree that person must acknowledge. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the material transfer agreement, who can help us to draft the agreement? Is it between me and the collaborator, or there's a way we can go about it to draft the agreement?
Everybody has a formatted one. It's downloadable.
Okay.
Just start NTA, everybody. You just get it. It's already formatted there. And you're not supposed to change it.
Because recently, I think late last year, I sent molecules to a professor in the US that worth almost 7 million naira. And till now, I write to him and he doesn't respond.
Why do they respond? They have collected he will not give you that molecule from the US without you signing such a thing. And that's why you have a committee in your institution. Do you inform me and send the money down? No. You know, I was saying something here. Grants are given to institutions. And not you who give them that. You are working under an institution, true or false. You are using the time the institution is paying you for to do the work. You are not doing it behind paying at home. So that's when you are in doubt, please always go back to it or accept from the campus. You see what you are saying now? You read it down, the man is not clear to you. And when the chief does that, the man discovers something there from level price. You won't tell it, it's not ready to. When you now go and say, how can you say it in Nigeria? Like the US person. Look at what happened to the HIV, the controversy between the French guy and the US guy. Everybody knows it was your French guy. But because of US must be said, they have to join you don't even get a chance to be US. You don't even get a chance. Please let them know. Everything we can download. They know. When you send it to them initially, I remember that about almost 10 years ago now. We were doing a project with Harvard. I wanted them some samples, quality assurance samples to Harvard, their lab. To do, I would say they're going to sign material agreement. And their lawyer just wrote to us that that is empty. We said it is not acceptable to them. I consider the senior person that time, I look at them and those samples will transfer. I was still in his office, less than 5 minutes, and they came back and ordered to sign empty. Because they know these are the things you're supposed to do. They know. So let's look at the reason why Rose is vulnerable. One is what? Lack of research experience. Absence of what? Please don't say I'm very smart. I'm one researcher from US or from somewhere who approach you. Always be someone with a senior colleague who has experience, who will guide you. But a lot of young persons feel that it's my opportunity. You always need a very senior person who's experienced. It might not be part of diagram, but let it be their project advisor. The Salmon project were doing simply and they were doing across 6 states. It was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. Because of their large amounts that are involved, I insisted on the decision that the DG project advice official. Because the money is here, I cannot handle it. So I now want the bigger person to do what? Be a project advisor on that project. So that at any point where something is officially is what? There. But usually we always think that if the big person comes with you, they're going to take your money. It's not true. How much do you really have that the big person will do? You don't even have anything to do. So always look for a mentor. But some people will tell me that they say have a mentor. It's a coupler. Why at the stage, the entire teaching. Say have a mentor. There's always that person you can always contact and ask questions between them. The next one is the weakness of institution for capacity development and guidance and lack of guidance for researchers on what? Yes, and the other thing also is that our institutions are what? Weak. A lot of institutions, I was pleasantly surprised yesterday when I was at Kolawole University. You cannot send any manuscript out of Kolawole University without you going through. They have this, basically there's a checks you have to go through. And they will tell you journals you will go and journals you cannot go. So you are wondering why Kolawole University competing with University of Lagos and University of Ibadan when it comes to the top 3 institutions in Nigeria. When I showed you, I was pleasantly surprised. They put in their processes. You go to the research office, you do this, and as you are submitting it to you, they turn it in. You are patching it, you touch you are patching before you are submitting it. All these approvals have to be done before you submit an abstract for a conference. What they are trying to do, what? Quality assurance. So that's why Kola was saying, do you punish the scientists or the institutions that refuse to provide what? That enabling environment. It's very unlikely that any researcher in Kolawole University will run into a problem with plagiarism because you are supposed to attach the authority and plagiarism on that check. You print it out. Except someone decided to be what? Outrightly evil. So institution, there was no lack of institutional capacity of development. Limited evidence of research interest on the part of what? Study participants. We always say they are not knowledgeable. There's a difference between being intelligent and being able to read what? Read and write in English. My friend, if you say somebody is literate, you tell me that that's not correct. The person is what? No, my mama was educated. No formal, he will tell you the way he craft it, he said in English. Because when you go and do IQ test, you know, you say your children are all smart. Go and draw an IQ test. Go from the village, things that happen in the village. They will score 0. It's true. Go and do IQ test, how to go and fetch water in the street. They all score 0. Go and do IQ test, how to climb back. They all score 0. But we use the Western style IQ test. You go and test a child in my village. He will fail, of course. Now. So being literate in English is not equivalent to what being what. Intelligent. So we need to educate the community in the language they will understand. And that's what is called actually informed what? Informed consent. Meaning that consent informed before you ask the participant to do what? To enroll. Lack of clarity on the what? Role of roles. Roles play multiple roles, including what? Storage and what? Due to lack of clarity of roles definition, roles interpretation, and an actual experience we are not what? What was expected? Leading to disappointment in not being invited to attend what? I'm sure it's not the analysis itself you were not happy about. It's the travel to you. It's not that she was excluded from the analysis. It's because her opportunity to travel to Europe is not yes. If they carry her to Europe, and the day of the analysis, they say, just stay in your room and rest. To be better, because it's very happy. Feedback to study participant. No feedback at all. Because samples have been what? UK. Evidence of ethics doctrine, a practice in which international researchers explore political research what? Resource person. Researching the ordinary they will not be able to do in their place, and they'll bring it in. Evidence of breach of what? Which says that first do what? A researcher should not make the condition of a research participant worse if he or she cannot make the condition what? If you cannot help me, leave me the way. By the time you go to a community, you collect their information, you go and publish it. You didn't help them. And then something that's negative. You made the condition worse. If you cannot help them, please leave them. If the state doesn't have an ethical obligation to give direct feedback on the outcome of research participation and the community. And the state should disseminate findings to the scientific community afterwards. Finding feedback. Dissemination of findings from the research are published in a what? In a high impact what? What's the ethics of you did a work that will only be useful to Nigerians and you go and publish in Scandinavian Journal of Microbiology? But the policy makers in Nigeria will never read because they're chasing a backpack. Oh, they don't say parts of this of them. It becomes so. The UN is carrying it to. I said UN is carrying it to another level. You go and a study that will be useful to Nigeria. You go and publish in Scandinavian Journal that nobody will ever, and it's not an open access. And that information is not available to anyone. And the researchers get promoted. There's a work I did, my part 2 work over this matter, and I sent it to Scandinavian Journal of Ghana. And the editor just wrote back to me. It's a beautiful work, for this work will not be relevant in Nigeria. I finally published it on Journal of Ghana. That time I felt bad, but now I realize what he meant by yes. So if I talk it away there, then it's not useful to them. But that's what we always do. You know, because that journal is not an open access. If it's open access, good and looking for money. You know, they don't have money and publish it there, and it's not good. Rose was listed as what? The last 20th author of the paper. Is Rose qualified to be an author of the paper in which her name was listed? Let's discuss this. Is Rose qualified And then I simplified it. I said what makes you qualify as an author is what intellectual contribution, and not the like people will say the hard work. The hard work is not the thing. It's the mental hard work, not the physical. Not the physical. Yes, sir. Otherwise, all those who carry cement, that go take cement will be millionaires. Because there are people doing the actual work, hard work. So we need to understand. At this time in 9 months, that was years ago, but our last issue clarified. It used to cause a lot of problems. The problem is the lab, which you paid money, you provided money to do all your lab work. And then the lab will claim authorship. But they had no intellectual contribution. You came out with they said if you have collected the money for the analysis, that's your own publication. If you want to bring the intellectual content, you can buy the reagent for the people in the lab. And they will do the work for you, and they contribute intellectually to the writing and that, and they qualify. Who qualifies to be an author? It's clearly there by international committee of medical ethics. First is has made a substantial work contributed to the development of research protocol. Participation in division of research has performed analysis and interpretation of data, compared to writing of manuscript, and can claim responsibility of content of the paper. And finally, what that is done here, the person must what? Sign off on the final. You must do at least 2 of the 3 major things, plus the last one signing off for you to qualify. At least 2 out of 3 plus finally signing off. That's when you now become what? Qualify as an author. Rose received what? Because she did not contribute to the work. She did not contribute. She just collected sample. And we prepared the person pass them. It's unethical for the PI not to have sent rules in manuscript. Yes. You know, we are not accepting the PI. It's unethical for you not to send rules in manuscript. I think rules is 10. What it means that rules did not sign off on the manuscript. I don't contribute intellectually. That's also what? Wrong. And it's also wrong for rules to accept that. You know, like my friend said, for somebody going for promotion, he will be very happy to work. I was sitting as an ethics committee chairman, and the protocol that I was not part of. I just saw protocol, we are discussing it, and my name there are part of it. I raised my hand and said, I'm not part of it. But the committee members, led by Kola, said their name is there, you have to step out. That you have to step out. I said, but I didn't know. I said, well, your name is on the paper. I have to step out for them to discuss. After that, we now, in the NIMA ethics committee, all investigators must give a signed bio-sketch before you submit to ethics committee. Because a lot of people here include people's name. Not you. A lot of them, just the people who they will judge you telling them. That's also what? Unethical. Don't think you are doing the person a favor. You can land somebody in how many of you know about your stocks? You are not doing it, so you don't know. Is the past president of Royal College of UK. How did he make his position? Some of the mentees published a case report where it was transplanted and a baby pregnancy into the uterus. It's a case report. It's the association with pregnancy. And they called him and they agreed to money with that family. And of course, because of John Scott, all the presented books in OIG is so what's the I president of Royal College So once the NCOM say they published it, and 1 year later, press of us, they went to the research and said, what the ship do? They are still looking for the baby up to now. And John Scott resigned his position and quietly disappeared. Nobody, nowhere. I'm not the man just went to resign. One day, a glorious career. And one got to be the president of Royal College, also Academy British, and had to pursue his career. But he doesn't call it money. So that paper somebody is putting their name, and you're accepting it. When the Wahala will come, when you are buying for BC of your university, and somebody said, I want the paper. That's when the Wahala comes. How many of you learned about the finance minister? The one that have to resign. What's that name? No, not great. Finance minister. The same people who came out that way, who went and fought that emergency, and the same people who did what? Who released it when they fell apart. That's what happened. In this time, they said, don't worry, we'll get it for you. They got it for her. When they now parted, what happened? They also released the information. So that person who is giving you that gift of authorship may use it against you much later. So please be very, very careful. What is MTA? We addressed it. I don't want to spend time on it. We already addressed it. But for people who don't know, it's a contract that governs the transfer of a tangible research material between two organizations. When the student intends to use it for what? His or her own. It's an international document too. It's not only Wikipedia. It's an international document. It's all only a Nigerian making. And like I said, these are 3 ways to be between institutions. He said, so I think what they had the best vision. They had the best vision that yes. What is if I use Wikipedia, I'll go back to the history and see who developed it. You have to look at who developed before I use it. But out of the available resources, the visions, it's actually what that captures the best vision from material transfer to us. And it could be you transferring samples to what? To an industry, farmer. You see, one young man came out there and stepped out there. They wanted to transfer sample out of the country. And the ethics committee is now asking them, they have to provide a sort of information. That was he came here to say, why are we making this difficult? They want to transfer samples out of Nigeria. They have to get the MTA. And they have to be signed by people who are sending samples. Role of institution is providing the site foundation. That's where the ethics committee comes in. How many of you have ethics committee in your institution? How many? I'm not asking the pattern. How many? Only 3. 4. Are they registered with EREC? Yes. Please just go to EREC, www.erec.com. Go and check. All approved ethics committee is listed there. If your own institution is not in that list, what it means that it's not approved.
Yes, website goes, but what you have was updated in 2011. So most of the ones that were done after 2012 is not required.
Okay, I'll call Abdullah.
It also shows that you're supposed to have a review
every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes.
And I mean, where I come from, I don't think that has been done.
That means you are no longer.
Many years. So that's it. So we need to look at that.
I'll call Abdullah now. This week back. I'll call Abdullah. That's all. So that they can update the website. So please check. And again, if you are doing research with this social United States or how they call federal wide insurance, you have to register with Royal Directory. in the US. So please go back to the institutions and also find out. You can also help them. You can also help them. Mentorship. There should be a deliberate institutional policy for mentorship. You can be very intelligent. But just like they said, that person who started cooking before you will have more what? More broken pots and old pots than you. Your own will all brand new. But there's a lot of experience. Those are passed through. So you need a mentor. Institutions to train the decision on global code of conduct, impartition in international research should be trained. And the no policies to guide what? Investigators. We are beginning to develop. How many of you have policy on sexual harassment? How many of these issues? I can vouch for it. Warwick will insist on that. Yeah. So only 2 institutions. Yes, only 3. How do you handle it if it's the head of your institution that is accused of sexual harassment? How do you, the guideline, if it's the accused that is accused, how do you handle it? Who handles it?
But I know that the issue of a board, that the council, if it calls this, then the council should take over.
So because that's usually what is lacking most of the policy, the ones that are in the country. What happens to if it's head of institution that is accused of? What if it's member of the board that is accused? So lesson learned from the case. Researchers are what? Are vulnerable to exploitation at what? Study participants. Researchers are also vulnerable. You need to know that you as a researcher is also what? Vulnerable to exploitation. Especially if you are what? An early career investigator. You are young investigators need to ask questions to clarify role when invited to participate in the international research. We are working with me, KSO. We are working with a Chinese group that want to try a vaccine. All the mails they've sent to me, once they finish sending to their Facebook, I forward it to the teacher for your information, sir. You know that you have more experience. Like you know when you are dealing with China, you have to be what? Yeah. So I needed a bigger person to be reading the same mail and be advising me on what? How to proceed. I might be tempted by the money they want to, but the younger person will tell you, don't touch that money. A more senior experienced person. He's not going to collect the money from me. But usually, most times in Nigeria, that one will fail. If you allow a senior person, as if the senior person's hand is full. A written agreement is better than what? Verbal or no work. A verbal agreement can be the what? Can be denied. It's a gentleman's agreement. And you are saying, but we agree with it. Person say you are good. But if I agree with Osogubo, I can go home and sleep. Researchers should study what? The agreement carefully before what? Don't be in a hurry. Researchers may seek counsel from mentors or legal unit for interpretation of the process relating to materials as well. Young investigators need mentors for guidance and prevention of what? Exploitation. So you can go to this website and read more. Global Code of Conduct for Economic. You can read more and more. So thank you very much. We'll take questions. Is there any issues that have to do with responsible conduct of research? Is there any issue with not responsible research?
Thank you, sir. Question is basically on the MTA. Once shipped some samples abroad, but I got the agreement from abroad. Here I only visited at the Ministry of Health in my state. Is that the right way to do it? Or do I have to do the form from here because I'm taking the samples from Nigeria?
Yeah, is there a mention that says you go to www.nhvec.com. You download the Nigerian National Police State. Once you sign it, you process it with your ethics committee of your organization. Once you send it to people there, they are sending something, they will sign their own section. You will sign your own section. Then your ethics committee will now send it to what? To Eric. And the agreement that if you send it to Eric, after 2 weeks, if they don't reply you, it's already operational. That's the reason why that was. You know, normally Nigerian brokers was sending there 1 week, 2 weeks, nobody does it work. What is in the clause of the Eric? If you send that to them after 2 weeks, whether they reply you or not, it works. It's operation. And that, I think that's where we need to appreciate the University of Ibadan. Because they actually develop the area and the way it is. You know, all those issues like normal Nigeria will not say after 2 weeks, you will not reply. What do you do? They will say you wait and wait for 1 year. But they put those for because the first area was actually developed by a lot of all the staff from I saw them here from University of Ibadan who developed it. And since Ibadan almost removed their hand there, so they are now working. Because the funding was actually funded from the staff of the group, actually funded everything. Now there's no funding. All the ethics committee chairs are supposed to meet once a year. That one has stopped. It was actually that for that job for the government was actually for the So thank you. Any other questions? So that we'll go for tea break, we'll go for lunch, and come back without take for Is the food ready? Is it ready? How many minutes? 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Prof. I was a little bit apprehensive when we created authorship. Who is qualified to be an author? In 2018, I was involved in one research and I was recruited as a research assistant. That was in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The study has to do with validity of scale to measure colorectal cancer among particular population in Malaysia. So I was given, as I was employed as a research assistant, I was given the database. I was not part of the study initially. So I was given the whole database and my roles were specified. I was told to analyze, I did the analysis CFE, and some other things. And I was also told to do the first draft, which I did from introduction to the last part. Then the collaborators from Canada, from UK, from US, and from Netherlands. So everybody started collaborating, contributing to the first draft that I did. So I was, when we did the first draft, it was sent to me, so I discovered the PI put my name as the second author. So we have done, it has gone through about 2 or 3, 4 reviews. Early this year, it was sent to me again. Felix, the area of analysis you handle, these are the concerns of the reviewers. Can you look at it? So I was, but when I saw your second slide, who qualifies to be an author, and I discovered, oh, that means I've made substantial contribution So I think I'm okay.
You are happy now? I'm happy. Yes. That's why in the ICMJ, if you itemize them, it can be conception, data analysis, and implementation together. Then drafting the manuscript, and the critical appraising the manuscript. Once you have belong to 2 out of the 3, you are qualified. You know, someone will have a big grant and have a huge data, and you are analyzing data, and based on the data from there, and then come up with a manuscript. You know, you are part of that conception of that particular manuscript. That also qualifies you. But the most important thing is that the faults you should have in your brain that have I made intellectual contribution to this manuscript. You also know that some people you discuss with the big boys, and it's at the conceptual stage. You just come to them and say, "This is what I'm taking." They say, "No, do it this way, do it this way." They contribute to the conception of that work. They might not do any other thing until you drafted the manuscript and sent to them for their critical appraisal. You know, with that already, they've met what?
2 of the 3.
The 2 of the 3. Yeah. Like again, let me mention what is important is, Kola will always tell you, seek ye ethical behavior, but not ethical what? Appearance. What is important is the behavior and not what? The appearance. At any point in time you are doing something, let your conscience tell you that I've done what is right. That's most important. Not that you are telling everybody that obey ethical issues and all, but inside you know that you are not actually doing that.
Well, actually, I was paid as a research assistant beside the other.
No, the payment is not cheap. Yes, payment is not the issue here. But if only what you contributed is the payment of money, that's where the issue.
Well, you
can chop the money and do the intellectual work.
Okay.
I'm sure prosecutors will be very happy doing intellectual work. Any money doing intellectual work. That's not an issue. There's no debate about that. If you are paid, yes. Because for you to have intellectual work, you need that when you are doing it, you need to pay your bills now. So that's not the issue. We're not saying if you are paid and that what you are out. No, what we are saying is that you are paid, but you must do what intellectual contribution to that paper. The peer of the studies now is not being paid. Yeah.
I just need clarification on removal of outliers. You know, at what point becomes unethical. The first time I got to know about it was during my master's. You know, after we analyzed the results, and then I showed my supervisor, and they were like, okay, what is the meaning of what people have done? We couldn't really, explain the result. It was neither here nor there. So it was the PhD student at that time that told us to remove particular value, so that it's an outlier.
How do you know?
It was later.
How do you know? My question is that, my first question. How do you know that that's an outlier? That might be a natural variation. That's why an outlier.
That's why I'm asking at what point. Because when we removed it, then the result had direction.
It's called qualitative phenomenon. You manipulated the result. Why do you think people plot certain graphs? People plot that and showed us the data point, but they can draw the rest of it. What we are doing is you are declaring to everybody, this is the result I have, but this is my best of it. And you discuss it based on that. If you remove that one, you remove. That might be the report that actually very relevant to what we are doing. It might actually be the real result. The other ones might be the outliers. It's actually true. Remember, you sample the population. That one you remove and the actual one representing the population. Yes, it might actually be the one that actually represents the population you are studying, and not the other 100. It's like somebody doing a work among you now, and probably has said, I did the work among early to middle career professionals in research in Nigeria. And I think that is maybe all of you will be high price. The one person is not. That person will actually present what's actually happening in the real academic in Nigeria. Mind that don't remove anything, report it. Report it. That's why if you do clinical trial, they will tell you to draw a consult chart. Anyone that is you are not analyzing, you must state it clearly there why and reason why you are removing it. And you do as compositional analysis at intention to treat and I compare the two. Why do people do that for clinical trials? You do analysis for protocol. That means anybody you go, whether they complete or not, you must analyze. Or intention to treat. That means everybody will come exactly the way you wanted it to be. And you report the two results. It's not there for the leader to do what. And that's why it's in the discussion. I've been part of the paper that where the discussion was in two parts. The discussion was discussed as per the protocol, the way the protocol says. The protocol also discussed, it was also discussed at the result also at the So anybody reading them will decide for himself whether because the two results were different. If you analyze them differently, the results were different. So at the meeting was the multi-center Africa study. At the meeting, the issue will go, which one are we going to do? The statistician will be looking at that because this is what we want is better than two of them are discussed and presented there. And allow the policy makers to make a decision. So we need to be careful when we are removing what we talk about. You know, it says statistics that lines. If you are doing the statistics, you can always get a given. I hope you know. If your data is not enough, you always.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome, shall I say welcome to this lecture, which I think should take 45 minutes or more. And please forgive me because I have just been made to realize that the similar lecture has been given earlier on. So there have been wide overlaps. So this will be on mentoring for leadership and career development in health research. But as you would notice, as you would find, it is a general lecture on mentorship. Certainly, a lot of people apply to medical and health research, and indeed medical and health practice, but it also serves a general purpose. This is the outline, broad outline. What as possible, we'll cover these definitions, benefits, process of development of mentorship, sustainability, and barriers to mentorship. Now, we shall see there could be a lot of barriers to mentorship. Now, what's mentorship? There are all kinds of definitions, but this is one of the many definitions we find in the literature. It's a system whereby a more experienced or knowledgeable person guides another through a relationship over a range of subjects and time with the aim of improving the person. Now, a few things I need to point out here. One, more experienced or knowledgeable person need not be an older person. It could be mentored by a younger person. It could be mentored in various endeavors. Indeed, many people have a number of mentors over a range of subjects. So there could be many subjects at a time. Mentorship could end after some years, and then you could begin another mentorship journey with somebody else. So it need not be one relationship for 20
30 years. Although there are many that have lasted that long. Indeed, some have been almost like from university days until death. There have been some like that. Historical perspectives. Well, the origin of the word mentor. Mentor was a man in the Odyssey from Greek mythology. He guided Telemachus in the search of his father Odysseus, and indeed in the Greek language, mentor in a way suggests to endure, last long. This is just tutorial. This is supposed to be the mentor, and this is the mentee. He's watering the plant, and the plant grows. So, yeah. And he's happy doing it, because the mentor, as we shall find, needs to have some benefit from the relationship. It could just be satisfaction. It need not be more than that. So there has to be some benefit from the relationship. And this has been said, I think Professor Ezechi said one or two things about this earlier on. Success isn't accomplished alone. It is possible to accomplish success alone, or with a few people, where you will find it a lot more difficult than if you had many people in the endeavor. And so, as we shall see, if you have been mentored, you will find it easier to rise. And that also spurs people on to mentor other. Let's distinguish the following: mentoring, supervision, and coaching. This might have been covered earlier. I'll just go back to this. Mentoring is different from supervising, and it's different from coaching. You write in a thesis, you have a supervisor. You're doing a PhD, a master's degree, you have a supervisor for that, or a fellowship, you have a supervisor. Relationship ends maybe after 3 years or so. It ends, and the relationship is limited to the work that is being done. So he sits, looks at it, you do this, do that, do that. Have you done this? Let me see in 2 weeks' time. So he's supervising the work. Now, coaching, on the other hand, is much narrower and lasts a very short time. I think we're all doctors. So you identified candidates. He doesn't examine the cardiovascular system very well. He doesn't. So that's a problem with his method. So you get somebody, please teach him how to examine the cardiovascular system. That is coaching. It's not supervision. It's coaching. It's very, as we have noticed, it is very limited. Just a few things. I don't know how to use the computer to analyze. I don't know how to use SPSS. You get somebody, teach him how to do that. So that is coaching. So let's plot page 7. Attributes of mentoring. In other words, the elements of mentoring. It's a teacher-learning process. Somebody teaches, somebody learns. And as I mentioned earlier on, there is some reciprocity to it. The mentor gains something from the relationship. It's not entirely a one-way process. It gains something. Apart from satisfaction, it might also gain some knowledge. It might also afford him an opportunity to catch on things that are new. He probably went through that aspect of the subject 20, 30 years earlier. But because he's having to mentor somebody this time, he might be forced to again revisit those things and then refresh his knowledge of them. So there is some reciprocity to it. There's a career development relationship. You mentor someone to get a certain result, and it is usually tied with the career. It could be clinical, it could be workplace, or it could be research. There's a career development relationship. There is a knowledge or competence differential. If if the mentor and the mentee know about the same, they are the same level of knowledge of the subject, then one is not in a position to impart knowledge to the other, because they know the same, they are the same level. So there has to be a differential. One knows more than the other. So one is in a position to pass to the other. Then mentoring lasts typically for many years. It is not a short relationship at all. And indeed, you might ask the question, what, you are in an institution, you finished in 3 years, so it can end there. No, mentoring can go on. Let's take a PhD. You can do that, and at the end of that, you become employed, either in research position or you work in an industry or you're teaching, whatever. Your mentor could continue in that role, even when you have become physically separated. And indeed, the relationship could also spread out. It need not be limited to just the scientific work. Indeed, mentors tend to assume advisory roles. And with time, a good number of mentors get to know the families of their mentees. So relationship, and so you find that the mentor is in a position to advise on a wide range of subjects, ranging from technical, academic, to social, and even family. So it can go on for a long time. There's a resonating phenomenon. In other words, you feel what the other person has gained. You also feel, you get to know what the other person has been doing over time. So mentoring is about connection. There has to be a connection between the two people. If there is no connection, that relationship will not succeed. As different from coaching. You can coach somebody, you finish the matter in a few minutes, and that's all. You never see him. Or you might in fact meet him, but you don't get to interact anymore. Whereas mentoring, no, there is a relationship. There is a connection between the two people. And you might also say, indeed, that is why you might find that one man could be a successful mentor to a particular person, where somebody else had failed to mentor that individual. Because really, maybe in that instance, there was no connection between the two of them. They just didn't, let me use the word, they just didn't like each other. That happens in life. Qualities of a good mentor. He's got to be willing. You cannot force him. He's got to be willing. It's important to state that because you might ask the question, oh, well, all mentors should be willing. No. In some places, mentors are ascribed. They are prescribed, if you like. They are chosen by the establishment. Somebody is coming out of residency, or indeed for students in some universities, even in Nigeria, the students are given mentors. Once they maybe cross over to the clinical years, they are assigned mentors. So in that instance, this is not necessarily a willing mentor, but the mentor is doing that because the institution has asked him to do it. At other times, people approach other people to ask them to be mentors. And if they agree, clearly you might say that, oh, willingness is taken for granted in that instance. So the point I wish to make is that we should not take willingness for granted. It may not be there, particularly if the mentor is appointed. So a good mentor should be willing, should be enthusiastic, because you want something that would flow to the mentee. You want something that will move from the mentor to the mentee. And enthusiasm is a good attribute. And people find that in day-to-day life, if you're enthusiastic, and particularly if you are motivated, not everyone is motivated, and not everyone shows enthusiasm. Even if you have the knowledge, you need to show enthusiasm and motivation in order to let this flow to the mentee. Communications, acquisition of learning growth, well, that's taken for granted. The mentor has to be willing to learn. He has to, because he doesn't want to. mislead the mentee. Or I learned this 20 years ago, but it has changed. And if I'm unwilling to change, then I might mislead the mentee. Communication skills, to show interest, should listen, and to give feedback. But as we find, giving feedback should not be judgmental. It should not be judgmental. You should not assess the mentee and write him off. No, but give feedback. Let him know how he's doing and suggest ways in which the mentee can improve. There should be respect and credibility. You will need a mentor who has earned the respect and credibility of the people around him, people in the establishment. You don't want a mentor who does not have the respect and credibility that is due to somebody who in that position. And I've talked about motivation, very important, extremely important. And then a mentor should set rules, which we shall see as we go on. Varieties in mentorship. You may have two mentorship positions in the same department, and yet you have different characters to the two mentorships. One, time of starting, early on, assumption, or after a period. Earlier I mentioned, someone comes in, is newly employed junior resident, is assigned a mentor, or he chooses a mentor after a few weeks. Or you could let him stay on for 6 months, thereabout. Let him take a look and see what's happening, and then ask him to choose, or ask him to indicate what kind of mentor he would want. So that's time of starting. It could be early on, or it could be after a period. And I've talked about this. The mentor could be appointed or chosen. You could let the junior colleague choose whom he thinks should mentor him, or the department or institution could pick and assign mentors. As part of responsibility or added on task. When some people assume certain positions, they are told that they may be required to take on the role of mentorship. So they know that it is a responsibility. Sometimes it is written in the conditions of employment, in the letter of appointment and things. So they know, it is clear from the beginning that it is a responsibility. Or it could be an added on task, And with this would come statements like, we're just doing this, it is not part of my work. So if the institution does not let the employees or the senior staff members know that it could be a responsibility, that could be that problem. I think that it's just an added on task. Then formal or informal reporting. Formal reporting could be that the mentor and the mentee would meet, say once a month, and the mentor would write a report and let the mentee and let the head of department or whoever know how things are going. So that's formal. Then the informal one, just again like informal. The way many of us deal with our residents in many places. Just letting know, well, this, things like that. You should do it this way, you should do it that way. And then it goes on. Nothing is written. So that is informal mentoring. There usually, or almost always, mentorship is unpaid. In a few instances, particularly in industries, the management gets some mentors and pay them to mentor some junior people. It is not common, and certainly I've never heard of it in medicine. But in industries, it could occur, but very, very, very rarely paid. One-on-one individual, that's one man to the mentor, mentee to the mentor. Then there could be group mentoring. You could mentor a group of people. A class could be divided into groups of 5. Or a workforce can be divided into groups of 2 or 3. And then you have a mentor for that group. So that is group mentoring. It is practiced. Distance mentoring would be working in Kano, and you may have somebody in Ibadan you are mentoring. So that is distance mentoring. You may not meet frequently. And indeed, there are quite a number of Nigerians who have mentors outside the country, in Europe and America. So there could be distance mentoring. It's even a lot easier these days with the improvement in communication and things like that. Distance mentoring. So do not let it become a barrier. Distance should not become a barrier. If there's a lot to be gained from a particular person and you need him, do not let distance get in between. Reverse mentoring. That could happen. You've mentored somebody, he has grown, he's become very big, and then he becomes a mentor. And people should be, what's the word? And you should be humble enough to accept that. He's mentoring. He's giving. You look at it as given back. And that, in a way, becomes reciprocal. Sometimes the mentoring continues in one direction, and your mentoring also continues in that direction. You have a lot to give to your mentee, and the mentee has a lot to give to you. So there's some reciprocity. So these are just varieties in mentorship. Sorry. Now, types or categories of, now with particular reference to health. Career mentors, research mentors. And if you look carefully, mentors tend to fall into one of these categories. And sometimes mentors fit both categories. You may have somebody who mentors somebody else on his career. It's a very long-term relationship. It's comprehensive, just like the typical definition of a mentor. The relationship may extend outside of work. You get to know the family members, you get to know the social life, so that it discusses with the mentee issues relating to career projection. Oh, we are finishing in 6 months' time. Okay, I think I know somebody there who might, or as we have seen or have heard in politics, some politicians I have consulted. Before certain people take certain decisions, they travel somewhere, we are sitting on TV, they visit so they've gone to seek advice. That's a kind of mentorship. So the mentor could be involved in career projections and, of course, appointments. The way Nigerians say that, and oftentimes you get to hear, and there are many instances like that. Oh, somebody has just been appointed something somewhere. And then you get to hear that, this, that. The mentor somewhere might have been instrumental. So that is the career mentor. Mind you, that career mentor need not be in your field. He might have been in your field when maybe you were in the university, but you may have branched out to something else, but he continues to be a mentor. And that relationship lasts a very long time. And indeed, as we find here, that kind of mentor more or less becomes like a friend. And if you like, you may say an older friend. On the other hand, we have a research mentor who the relationship is much tighter, narrower. He imparts research skills, helps you in writing papers, presenting findings, networking, and funding. Now, this is the kind of mentor who would make you rise faster in the current job you are in. Not, but as I mentioned at the beginning, earlier, you may have a mentor who serves both roles. But in actual practice, that is not always the case. Some people have a career mentor, have somebody else who is like a research mentor. So this is very important for this workshop, a research mentor. Now, what are the duties of the mentor? And this applies a lot more to the research mentor, and sometimes also to the career mentor. Apportion time for research and work. Clinical load can often be very heavy, and indeed, many clinicians have suffered from this. He is the only surgeon in the department. The others have gone away, one is another. So he's been the only one, and the university has not been employed. Or maybe not the only one, maybe are just 2 or 3, but the workload is heavy. So the man devotes so much time to clinical duties, maybe teaching also, and very little time to research. And as we all very well know, advancement in the university is hinged on research output. So, apportion time for research and work. Indeed, in some establishments, they will come down to figures. They say it's 60-40 for some jobs, or they will say 50-50 or 80-20. So the research time is guaranteed. Sourcing research. The mentor could come up with ideas, speaking to the mentee, and say, oh, well, look at this has just been, why don't you look at this? Do a little research, let me know, then we'll see if we can come up with something. So he's sourcing the research. Set goals. It's important to set goals. At the end of this period, you should have achieved this. At the end of this period, you should be able to do this for yourself. At the end of this, you should be in a position to help other people. You said, if you don't set goals, if you just leave things to run, they might run fast, they might be on time, but at the same time, you run the risk of slowing everything down. So it's important to set the time. Set the goals and the time. Mentors, particularly a research mentor, helps you to develop a network, but that is a research network. And as we have been told, even in the previous lecture, that is extremely important for career advancement. Obtain funding. A lot has been said about this earlier on too. Obtain funding. More often than not, it is the research mentor who initiates moves in that area, who introduces the mentee to that subject of research funding. Now, mentoring competencies. What are the competencies that you expect to be displayed in a mentoring relationship? Now, this is from, and I think I would advise that you read this from American Journal of Medicine and Hygiene, 2018. Effective communication. And I also looked through the program. I have noticed that quite a number of these have been listed to be covered, because these are mentoring competencies and they are very important. So effective communication. To learn communication skills. And I think there's a topic, communication skills, which maybe has been taken. Aligning expectations with reasonable goals and objectives. You do not want to aim unreasonably, irrationally, because that could very easily be met with frustration. There's got to be some realistic aiming. Assessing and providing knowledge and skills. We'll talk about that one way or the other. Okay? Addressing diversity. We shall see. People are different. There are men, there are women, there are political issues. You want to bring them into mentoring. There are religious issues. You want to bring them into mentoring. But there is diversity. And the slide also shows the attitude of different people to mentoring. The attitudes of different people to mentoring. So you must address diversity. Indeed, in employment in most places, they address diversity. It's a very important issue. Fostering independence. Mentoring will make the mentee independent in his work, be it clinical work or research. Promoting professional development goes with that. Promoting professional integrity and ethical conduct. Again, the last lecture before lunch dealt a lot on that, ethical conduct and integrity. Overcoming resource limitation, that's funding comes in. The mentor has to be in a position to advise on how to overcome such limitations. Then fostering institutional change. Indeed, if you have, in some places, you get to hear stories, and not too long ago, somebody mentioned, I think when the Ezechi talked about the ethical committees in institutions, that the country had one regulating body was largely through the effort of somebody in some institutions. So through that process of mentorship, there could be institutional change. A lot of changes will occur. Other institutions, even at the national level. From time to time, we get to hear things that, oh, so-and-so was responsible for so-and-so, and so he's being given a national honor. Because somebody caused an institutional change. Benefits of mentoring to the institution, we should just touch on this, encourages mutual loyalty between the employee and the employer, increases employee productivity and retention. We've talked about this in different ways. Helps new employees acclimatize to job. Improves organizational performance. Increases employee morale. Supports innovative work environments. Increases creativity and exposure to new ideas. So the institution itself benefits in some ways from mentoring that goes on within it. Importance of mentoring to a mentor. What does the mentor gain? Again, we are saying a few things about that earlier on. It's service to the organization, profession, and the mentee. So he feels some satisfaction that he's done this for the organization and the mentee, and indeed also the profession. Provide the fulfillment and satisfaction of helping others. Yes, that's important in life. People want to be, what's the word, recognized. People want to be thought of as having been useful. That's quite important. But it also encourages them to do more. Gives payback for the support received from others in the past. A lot of research and even observation has shown that the better mentors are those who themselves have been mentored earlier on. And if you've been mentored, then you are more likely to be in a position or even have it cross your mind that you should mentor somebody else. So it's the kind of payback for the support received from others in the past. Expands effective communication skills. If you are mentoring, you are reaching out, you are meeting more people, your communication skills will get better. Increases experience and skills for career development. That is obvious. Creates a sense of teamwork within the group. Again, obvious. And then creates work allies. People who have mentors tend to have lots of allies in the workplace than people who are not involved with mentoring. That we see every day in normal work. Importance of mentoring to the mentee. It's obvious. Professional development usually helps to advance career more quickly. Those who have been mentored properly rise faster. That is very, very clear. It increases confidence because you have people around you. You have a mentor whom you can reach at the moment's notice. So you have some confidence. Develops creative and independent thinking. Yes, because ideas have been thrown into the mentee. The mentee has access to also receive ideas. Results in a greater awareness of organizational politics and culture. The mere fact that you are meeting with other people, perhaps somebody senior, you may be in a position to know a lot more about the political structures of the place you are working in. Because your mentor may say to you, oh, have you noticed that this is happening? And then he tells you what it is. Now this is a much senior person telling a much younger person perhaps something intricate that is going on in the organization. Information he might otherwise might not have received at all. So a mentee is in a position to also benefit in that area. Provides an appreciation and effective use of networking. We've talked about that. Develop proactive approaches to tasks and projects, yes. Creates a movement towards expert status. Even someone who's been very, very well mentored, very early on, approaches being an expert than somebody who has not been adequately mentored. Structure of mentoring. Now it combines several elements, many elements. You need to set a goal. It involves coaching, guidance, training, motivation, very important. Of course, knowledge has to be there. And the essence of it really is support. And then at the end of it all, we're expecting success. Phases of mentoring. You're starting a mentoring relationship. It goes in phases. The preparation, the initiation, stabilization, and then the closure. If properly done, it should close appropriately. It may come to an end. Say in an institution, 5 years or 6 years, or a residency training, 6 years or so, the mentoring will come to an end and it has to be properly closed. So preparation, in preparing for it, you set the purpose and then arrange the format of meetings. How do you meet? How often do you meet? Then you set limits to the relationship. Let him know, don't bring political matters to me. Don't bring departmental gossip to me. Don't bring religious matters. Do not try to convert me. So limits are set so that there will be no arguments at the later stage. Then initiation, stabilization. You set objectives. What do you intend to gain from this mentoring relationship? From time to time, you review the actions and plans. You may need to make adjustments. Examine the results, and then you examine the results to be able to do that. Examine difficulties to profile solutions. There are difficulties in this area, that might be the time for you to guide the mentee away from there. If that difficulty cannot be removed. So you examine all of that and you consider various options. How to begin? Create a work plan for the mentee, determine mentee strengths and weaknesses, encourage self-assessment, discuss plans for improvement, identify best situation for new learning. But this, the expectation from this vary from person to person. So for each intended mentee, you will set this. Provide immediate feedback. Let the mentee know. Provide feedback. Do not let the mentee go for too long without knowing whether what he had done in the previous stages was bad or correct. Let the mentee know. Model respect for mentee. It is very important to stress this. The mentee is not a slave. The mentee, maybe slave is a harsh word. The mentee is not a houseboy. It's not a servant. But unfortunately, this is Africa. We tend to treat much younger people, particularly if they are dependent on us, in a rather harsh manner, sometimes very cruel too. So the model respect for the mentee. Closure. At the end of the mentoring exercise, some mentoring exercises do not close. As I mentioned, some can go on for life. But if, like in an institution, either you are retiring or it's closing, or an institution is tenured at the end of 6 years or so, you're leaving. So it's closing. There has to be closure. You review your objectives achieved. Was the breakup unexpected, or was there incompatibility? What conclusions can you reach from this mentoring relationship you've had in the past few years? What conclusions can you reach? What are the recommendations you need to make to the institution or to the broad body of physicians or wherever one is working? What recommendations can we make? And then reflections. Reflections can go on for a long time afterwards. You think that sometimes things hit you 1 year or 2 years after they had occurred. So reflections never stop. You consider what might have happened in the past. Barriers to effective mentoring. Sometimes mentoring fails because of some barriers. Inadequate preparation and support. Heavy workload. In the case of doctors, maybe too many patients to be seen. In the case of lecturers, consultants, maybe too many students to be taught. So heavy workload would prevent that individual from effectively mentoring others. Inability to keep up with changes. The mentor, if care is not taken, could become exasperated, could become frustrated. Because things he thought he knew actually are said not to be correct any longer. So you don't want him to become frustrated, so you need to be able to keep up with changes. Now, broad comparison of cultural influences. Now, we talked about diversity earlier on. Now, this is from a study, I don't have the reference here. And let's take the typical North American or North European population. What kind of relationship do they have? Could be formal or informal. There are boundaries between personal and professional. Boundaries between personal and professional. Now let's come to, Southern European. The mentor is more likely to see the mentee as a kind of comrade. And that also applies to Asian, African, and Central American relationships. So such that the relationship becomes close and personal in some of these situations. And in the African, it's a duty to take care of students. It's a duty to take care of extended family members. Or this person is younger than me, he's junior, to take care of him. But unfortunately, in so doing, sometimes the older one is cruel or very harsh on the younger person. Or even if he's a small boy, or he will grow. He may not say directly to the mentor, but he might say it to some other people. So there are cultural influences on the track of mentorship. Abuse of mentoring. There could be abuse, of course, as in many things in life. Setting goals for or managing the mentee's career. Okay, so this, in 10 years' time, I think you should have become. No. If you're not a prof, it depends on the way it's said. If you're not a prof in 10 years' time, that would really be very bad. So you're setting a goal. The way you put it, it's quite a lot to the mentee. Then doing the work for the mentee, that is like overprotecting. You don't know how to do it. Okay, bring it, let me do it for you. Again, it comes sometimes second nature. Okay, bring it, let me do it for you. Whereas the better thing would have been, this is the way to do it again, and then let us go over it. Assessment or appraisal. I mentioned this earlier on. You do not want midway in the relationship to label the mentee as, well, it's been given to me, but I know it's no good. It's not going to succeed in this. Let it be given to me. Do not do that. Sorry. Personal problem counseling. Now, this may seem like a contradiction to what I said earlier, because some mentees and mentors will become like friends. But at least in the early stages, where you have a pure mentor-mentee relationship, and also this applies a lot more to the research mentor. Personal things should not come in. Do not take family issues. Why are you looking this way today? My husband did this yesterday, or more often than not, my wife did this yesterday. Now, those are personal things. They should not really be brought in particularly to the kind of research mentorship thing, because they cause friction. Then an intimate relationship. It happens, what it's called an abuse of mentoring. Well, we all know what that is. You have a man and a woman. The mentor could be a woman or could be the man, but more often than not, particularly in Africa, it's the man is the mentor, and then the woman maybe the mentee, and then the relationship develops. But we should not forget that it could be the other way around. The mentor could be a woman, and the mentee, presumably a younger person, could be a man. That can also happen. And of course, we are not permitted to speak only in terms of male, female. Even a male, or someone who appears to be a male mentee, and somebody who appears to be a male mentor. And a short while ago, we were reviewing history taking for medical students, and then, of course, in the old textbook, you don't find what I'm going to say now, but in the new textbook, along with the changes that are taking place, you have to ask or inquire from the patient and know how he identifies and what his orientation is. So you see him. To you, he looks like a man, not assume 100% that he is a man. So an intimate relationship, and then departmental politics. Of course, it can happen. The mentee goes to the mentor, and after going through the normal, and then split sitting that they posted me to the rural clinic for next week. For next month. And so as a curry favor, or gather favor rather, says, but then I have to finish this work that you gave me. Now he's bringing in some other things in order to justify or to ask for intervention in another direction. It happens, but it is called an abuse of mentoring. Providing a substantive discussion on a specialized field of knowledge. Now, the mentor is interested in mitochondrial enzymes in COVID-19 infection. That's his area of interest. And then he tries to push this to the mentee. Whenever they speak, mentee is just interested in the research he's doing on. Maybe he's copied all right, maybe copied, but not to that detail, not that deep specialized knowledge. But the mentee is already a mentor, because that's his interest. Maybe out of enthusiasm too. Maybe he doesn't even realize it. He's pushing very specialized area. So that's also considered an abuse. And ethnic, political, and religious matters. It is good to say it's an abuse of mentoring, but cynics would say that in a place like Nigeria, that probably occurs in virtually all. Some would say 80% of mentoring relationships. So once you are mentoring a person, you say, didn't you listen to the news yesterday? Did you hear what those people were saying? Then you quietly slip in your own opinion to the mentee. So these are 10 abuses of mentoring. Now this from a paper written by a number of people. I saw Dr. Ezechi's name on this. Barriers and Solutions to Effective Mentorship in Health Research. So published only this year. Yes. And then a number of other people. And I think the authorship was drawn from the 2019.
Yes, the last training we did before the COVID.
20.
The participants who attended. You know, that was they came up during the mentorship training.
That's right.
Those challenges.
Yes.
So they took time to go through this. They took time, review when you have multiple. they were applying the ethics of obligation.
Yes.
They were applying it. They were saying everybody will make contribution. So that
paper came from it.
But let me just add that opportunity. This group is very suspecting. You know, these people we train now, they have a joint obligation. So the evidence that they work together, any of those things can also say that I work with this person. We're expecting this team also to also come up with a concept people can do together. It might take you a while. But what we're looking at, people start looking at the processes, how you came here, those processes you went through, and then this training, like also document that and all those ones. So that's it. So I just want to be back forget.
Okay.
So we can conclude. Yes.
Thanks. So these, and they come up with this paper, barriers and solutions to effective mentorship and research in mentor mentees and organizational perspectives. Mentor challenges. So what do they think will be the most frequent challenges to mentors? Lack of understanding of the process in a 4.2%. Lack of capacity for mentoring. Very important. If you do not have the capacity to mentoring and you are a mentor, you should have the humility to say that you are unable to, or at least learn what to do. The lack of appreciation of the benefits. Yes, I've heard people say things like, I wasn't mentored, so why? I'm sure they can manage on their own. So they do not appreciate the benefits. So, and these are from a real study that was carried out, so real situations. Mentee challenges, mentor preference. It will appear that quite a number of mentees would want to choose their mentors, and they have a certain kind of mentor in their minds, rather than. But then that cannot always happen, because it is quite possible that if they are all perceive that this individual A is the ideal mentor, everybody wants to go to individual A, but that's not a practical, acceptable solution. The lack of freedom of expression. We're in Africa, we're in Nigeria. The older man has spoken, so why do you want to give your opinion? I think that's what we were referring to there. Lack of freedom of expression. So we should learn to do that. And indeed, it is changing. Many people complain. I hear many parents really saying, did you hear what my child was telling me yesterday? I told him, I told her this, and she was telling me this. So that is changing. And hopefully, in another 2 decades or so, it will become more widespread. Lack of appreciation of benefits, just like that. And indeed, the same, an identical figure. Organizational challenges, selfishness and individualism. No, let us just do it. Don't involve people. So you want to just be there. Do not bring them in. For various reasons, there are many reasons why you do not want to bring them in. So that is there. The lack of formal relationships to institutionalization. If it is not there, it is not made to be a requirement. If you leave it to members to choose whether they want to participate or not, more often than not, they may choose not to. Because many people will see it as added on duty. I have enough wahala. Why do I want to add this point? So it should be institutionalized. And I think the point was made in an earlier lecture that it should be institutionalized. The clash of personality mentorship styles. You may have in an institution, say a department, a lecturer or a senior member of staff preferring to go in this manner, preferring to do things in this manner, so that's the style. Whereas others prefer, or somebody else prefers to do this in another manner. And to the HOD or to the department, the clash in styles may be too difficult to cope with. So that was also identified as a barrier. Mismatched goals and research areas. Someone is interested in this, but is being diverted this way, maybe because the mentor has pushed. such that he's not realizing his goal, he's not interested in it, but the mentor has pushed him in another direction. So this it's important to know this because this will actually from a setting like this, develop from a setting like this, and actually research out, carried out. Adverse signs in a mentee. A mentor should be on the lookout. Now these are, shall I say, red flags: postponing supervision meetings, excuses from unfinished work, frequent changes in topic or method. Say, okay, let's start on this this project, the PhD fellowship, and comes back and says, as soon as I got the topic. Okay, maybe the first time that won't raise any alarms. But after another 3-4 weeks, so that's an adverse sign. Resisting advice or criticism. And mind you, resisting advice need not be by verbal expression. It could be the attitude, it could be the look on the face, it could be his response to another meeting. So it could be body language in short. Procrastination. Okay, we'll do it in December. No, why not in November? One thing or the other, one thing you're looking for Tuesday. So that's a bad sign. Blaming others for shortcomings, well, it's human nature, and humans like to blame others for shortcomings. Failing to integrate area work. Skipping stages of work, easy distraction, unnecessary intellectualization. Say, you know, sir, it's been reported that this, and so it's unlikely this. So he's hypothesizing. The mentor is trying to suggest something, he's hypothesizing. He might just be looking for a way out. And that's got to be a red flag. Outcomes of mentoring, coming to the end now. Now it's variable, and it must be said that it's not always predictable. There are mentor-mentees who are no longer on speaking terms. So it is not always predictable. But hopefully it shouldn't go in that direction. So there could be a successful development, there could be distrust and suspicion, and it could be frank enmity. So there are many ways in which this ends. Having done the mentoring skills questionnaire, I think I need a mentor to mentor me in improving my mentoring. So it just a name on the word mentoring. I think that's the last. Thank you.
Questions? I said we listen to the authority who are mentors people, not theoretical mentors. You know, you have theoretical mentors and mentors who have said what they've done. So let's now it's time for questions. Those difficult questions. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the lecture. It was really an eye-opener for me. So guys, while you were during the course of the lecture, there was a point where you talk about the two tones and the things that you can do and the things that you're not supposed to do. With my basic knowledge of academics, can you kindly explain to us why we should not bring in other views aside from what we're specifically supposed to do with our mentor? Sometimes it could help in aiding knowledge. I was just thinking of the diverse views on political discussions and all that.
Yes, especially in the career mentor, who could actually become a friend much later. There could be an expansion from the narrow field to other areas. And you could actually at that stage begin to discuss so many things. But with the research mentor, usually it's focused on that. The research mentor could also grow. But in institutions, particularly when the differential is quite high, let's say a junior lecturer and a lecturer who's been there for 20 years. Now, the introduction of politics is dangerous, especially if they hold different views. In Nigeria, politics is one, ethnicity is another issue, religion is another. Indeed, there have been situations in which people had turned down assignments, either as mentees or as mentors, because they just couldn't associate with the other person's religion. Now that's a problem. So it is in those considerations, or for those considerations, that it's advised that those matters should not be brought into a mentoring relationship. Yes, okay.
Please, what is the place of peer mentoring, and also who drives the mentoring process? I would like to hear on that.
Yes, peer mentoring is talking about the mentorship relationship between two people who say are on the same level. Say they are both professors. But one may be vast in some attributes as compared to the other. So even though they are both professors, one will drive the other. Let's say someone, this is a good example, although in a way it's like politics, but it's politics within the university. You may have a professor, if he doesn't have much political skills, or maybe he is not that tolerant of people as somebody else, who is also a professor, who is more tolerant, to use the Nigerian term, who is more political, who can identify more with the public, So he is a professor, the other one is a professor, but he's like supporting him to run for professorship, deanship, So in a way he's mentoring him. They are both professors. This can also be seen in the area of research. They may have one professor who's got extensive links. The other one does not have that extensive. His links are much narrower. Because he brings him up, shows him the way, so to speak. So it happens.
So who drives this mentoring process? Because in the from the presentation, it could be someone within your sphere, maybe your institution, or someone outside your institution, and then we also learned that it could be in different aspects, meaning you have different mentors. Now, and then the roles should be clearly defined. So, for instance, we are here and we have met different people in different areas of expertise. And I'm really interested in this, but at the moment, I may not have a clearly defined, I like what this person is doing, I like what this person is doing, but at this point, I can't clearly define what would I like this person to mentor me on. So I'm just wondering, how does that work? Do I wait until that is clear before I approach the person, or how does that work? That's one. And then who drives that process in terms of setting the time of meeting, reporting, and giving feedback and all of those?
So even though they are at the same levels, one is a mentor, the other is a mentee. The mentor drives sets the level from.
Just at the normal, not necessarily the peer mentoring, but other types of mentoring process, maybe.
Okay. Now, yeah, as I mentioned, in some institutions, when let's say junior residents come in, they are assigned mentors. It's driven by the institution, the department. We're employing 10 new registrars, and then they are assigned mentors. So which is your mentor? And then the mentor drives that relationship. I don't know if that answers the question.
That works for people in the hospital space in terms of medical doctors. But as scientists and researchers, it doesn't really work for us. Especially if, let's say at my institution, I don't really have people who have won maybe national or international grants, for instance, and or people in my area of research, breast cancer. So I need someone in that space. So I'm really wondering, I would have to maybe write someone outside and I'm trying to define all these processes and I'm not getting my act together. So I'm just wondering how to, because I know that it's clearly aligned, even some institutions align that for postgraduate students, but we don't really have that process. It's like you have to wear the water to find out what you want.
Okay. Now there could be, you could be direct. You could actually write to someone that you have read a lot of his work and you are interested in this, and you work in Nigeria or Africa where the resources are not that plentiful when you are interested. And you could reply to let you know that, okay, we are very soon looking at this, and then that could be a beginning. Or it could be somebody you met at a meeting, and if you're Nigerians too, have developed relationship that way. Somebody you met at a meeting, you made a presentation on a topic of interest to you, then you approach him and end up. It has to be from the intending mentee to the mentor, because it is the mentee who knows about the mentor. The mentors are likely to know that in the audience there is this person there who is interested in so and so field. But the mentee has read about him, has maybe listened to him present at lectures, at conferences. So the mentee makes the move. You make a move directly, or you can get somebody else to make a move on your behalf. It has to go from the mentee to the intended mentor. Either within the country or outside the country.
Thank you very much, sir. I wasn't here most of it, but I know your lectures. So, as regards what you're saying, and what you said about departments giving you your mentors, at that departmental one, you could have issues with it because they, like you said later, the thing should be initiated by the mentee, knowing that this mentor is into this and this is who you want to be like. You get it? So it has to be initiated by the mentee. When the institution gives you people, they just randomly give you a mentor. So often it may not work. But the one that you choose, because you have looked at this person, followed him or her, and found out that what the person is doing suits you and you want to be like that person. And of course, your mentors don't have to all be around. Yes? Like you were saying, I went to a conference in Germany and I met Stafford. My mentor, as soon as he finished his talk, I approached him that I would like to do this. He immediately became my mentor. And once an opportunity to do research came out from, Belgium, he included me. I was in my village in December when somebody called me from, was it Novartis or something, that how do you know this person? That he said that open heaven, open earth, that is you that must do that work. I said, who is that? What is it? And he said this. So I said, okay, I met him at a conference. And of course I approached him. And because I did that, he is the kind of person that wants to help women. He really wants to help move women. So that's how I got that. So when you go for conferences, don't go without networking. Don't go without speaking to people. You will get your mentors, the people that will help you along the line. Okay? Thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation. As you were presenting, my heart was actually heavy because my institution, that's just University Hospital, we don't have this mentoring process. I speak from my department, and in community medicine, this is my 6th year residency, and we don't have that because they tell us that we are adults and residency is self-driven. You direct yourself. So if we gather, they can give us a word of advice, but nobody is like primarily responsible in quotes to what see how look out for you to see how you're doing. And they have this notion that we are adults. If they like, they should do their work. If they like, they don't. They shouldn't, because if we had somebody on our case, it was maybe we would have progressed. So, sir, my question is, how can we make this formal, maybe for the institution or the department? Because from all that you said, we have lots and lots to benefit. It's actually standing on the shoulders of giants. So I'd like to get suggestions on how we can do that. Thank you, sir.
Indeed, with regard to residents, I think the colleges have made it a requirement that there should be mentoring. And as residents come in, they should be given mentors. And I'm on the difference with that. And if the institution does not have that arrangement in place, then on your own, identify somebody who you think you can work with, and who is also willing to work with you, who is tolerant. And then relationship will grow from there.
Because I think there's an amount of knowledge or skill the mentors need to know about mentoring the processing. One of the points highlighted is the mentor not knowing what it entails to become one. So they also agree to be skilled, not just the mentee walking up to them. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the lecture. I have a question concerning a slide on the attitudes or the red flags to look for in a mentee. And I would like to know if any of those attitudes, it could be one, it could be more than one, be a reason to terminate the process, the mentoring process.
Maybe I should just say that one on its own may not be a reason. But it's a red flag. It's a hint. In other words, you should take note, there might be danger. Just that, and then try and correct it. Of course, if it becomes persistent, then there's a reason to terminate the mentorship. If it becomes persistent.
Okay. Any other person?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I wanted to ask, how do you make a mentor willing to be a mentor to you? Because, yes, because there was a professor I met at the conference, and I liked the way he presented and everything. I sent him an email, he replied like twice. But after then, maybe he's busy. He's always saying he's busy though and all that. So I think, how do you make them willing to be a mentor?
Okay. Oh, well, there are many reasons why someone might not be able to mentor. But you are in Nigeria, over there. You might not have anything at the moment that will suit somebody in Nigeria. You might not have a place to invite you to. So, rather than keep exchanging correspondence, there's not likely to be any fruit, any results from these. So that would be it. But to answer the question directly, persistence. The fact that it's not been possible in the last 1 year or 2 years does not mean that in 2 years' time it might not become possible. Things might change for him, things might change for you too. And so you just to persevere. But and at the same time, look for other people. If you need a mentor, you look for other people around or elsewhere. There is no other way. You can't force him, and there's no other way. And then you keep at it. You let him know you are still interested in so you keep at it. Whenever you meet him at the conference or wherever, you maintain a relationship. Perhaps someday something might fall in. I can't think of any other answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I hope it's not too boring today. Actually, it's again that because class will come tomorrow. Just take my word like this. Thank you.